Council meeting February 22nd, test one. Okay, I think we are running 1 minute late, so apologies for that, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting today, February 22nd, 2023. Madam Clerk, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's great. I'd like to then call this meeting of City Council to order. Please stand for the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There are changes to two items of disposition for the correspondence items. Item 5.4, correspondence from Bird Friendly Hamilton Burlington, to be received and referred to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. Item 5.6, correspondence from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.4. There are three added correspondence items. Item 5.9, correspondence from Kevin Gonchi, Hamilton Participation Team, respecting additional information related to the presentation on February 16th, to be received. Item 5.10, correspondence respecting the situation at 1083 Main Street East, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the General Manager of Health and Safety Communities for appropriate action. There is one added notice of motion. Item 8.1, amendment to item 3 of the Board of Health Report 22-008. There are two added bills. Bill number 32 to amend the zoning bylaw number 05200, respecting lands located at 555 Sanatorium Drive, and Bill number 33 to amend bylaw 22-005, the Emergency Management Program bylaw. Those are all the changes for today, Madam Mayor.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take that vote, please. Clerk, I'm having a problem with my device here, so I'll just give it a thumbs up. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's approved 15-0. Thanks very much. Declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Pauls?
Yes, it's not a conflict or anything. I just, at 12 o'clock, I have another city meeting, so I'll be leaving, coming back.
Okay, thanks for the information. Are there any declarations of interest, members of council? Seeing none, we'll go into item 3, ceremonial activities. High School Essay Contest Municipal Election 2022 Award Presentation. So, in order to generate interest in the 2022 municipal and school board election and to encourage participation among our city's high school students, the City of Hamilton, in collaboration with the Hamilton Public Library, hosted an essay contest during the municipal election period. Students from our city's high schools were invited to share their ideas on what local issues they focus on in their platforms if they were running for office, or to consider the question of declining voter turnout and how to encourage greater voter turnout. It was great to see so many engaged students sharing their ideas about local government and democracy. This morning, I'm pleased to recognize the work of 2 students, both from Sherwood Secondary School, whose essays were selected as the top entries. Rhea Giroux imagined her platform as a candidate focusing on education, particularly in the context of the pandemic, and the availability and accessibility of technology at our schools. Dante Hillen's paper focused on voter turnout, where he discussed the youth vote and engaging future voters at the middle and high school level to encourage voting early. I also want to recognize their teacher, Mr. Andrew Cosentes, who teaches civics at Sherwood Secondary School. Your engagement and support of your students is very much appreciated. Can we have Raya and Dante to the podium, please, to receive their certificates? I should probably go over at the podium, but this is a certificate for Rhea, and it is, congratulations, Rhea Giroux, Rhea Giroux of Sherwood Secondary School for your winning essay, If I Was Mayor. One day you'll probably be mayor, Rhea, so thank you very much. So this is Dante James Hillen. Hamilton Votes 2022 High School Essay Contest, just like with Raya. Congratulations, Dante, Sherwood Secondary School, for your winning essay, The Decline of Voter Turnout. Now, I think we're doing a little bit of an analysis of the election that went by. Maybe you can have some input on that, or even submit your essay to that process. Congratulations. Thank you. Great job. So maybe we should just give a hand to the teacher as well as the school for putting this particular essay contest in place. Yes, Councillor Pauls.
Almost 4 years ago now, I went to the school to talk about politics, and I want to say thank you to Andrew Cosentes because he engaged every student there. We had such a great time, not only in politics, but other things in life that was so important. I talked about Haiti and about the, how to help people and all that, and they were all engaged. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
That's great. Thanks, Councillor Pauls.
Where's the school located?
Sherwood.
It's in Councillor Jackson's, right?
Ward 6, and I still go to Ward 6 at any board.
All right, that's okay. Thanks very much. It's a really positive time. Councillor McMeekin, you had a comment?
Yes, Your Worship. I would be interested in reading those 2 essays. I wonder if we could arrange to have them distributed to members of council.
I see the clerk nodding in affirmative, so we will make that happen. Is that okay with you authors? Okay, that's great. Thanks
so
very
much.
much, Councillor McMeekin. Great idea. Okay, so next we have item 4 on the agenda, approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, February 8th, 2023, and February 15th, 2023 special. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 8th, 2023 and February 15th, 2023 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Huang. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, please indicate your votes now. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to communications. Councillor Nan, may I have a motion on the communications items?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pauls that the communications items 5.1 to 510 be approved as presented as follows, as indicated.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? If it was Councillor Pauls? Okay, that's great. Are there any speakers to the correspondence? Councillor Crutch, please.
I want to speak to 5.4 and 5.5. On 5.4, just wanted to let folks know that a couple of us, feel free to raise your hand and out yourself, are following up with the birds and the Bird Friendly organization, Craig and Alex and Tammy and some others. And so we're working with staff already, and they've contacted folks at the Bird Friendly folks and are working out how to do this. There's a lot of little requirements, and it'll be coming forward at some point. Just wanted to let people know. Already happening. Birds. 5.5, I just wanted to ask if Director Stahl is around. In this note from the minister back to us about the pledge, there was a line in there which I found made things even more nebulous and confusing, and I'll read the line aloud. Our government intends to use your pledges to monitor and track progress so we can continue to play a role in supporting municipalities and removing barriers to housing development. I have no idea what that means, but in the letter it says if you have questions, contact Wendy Wren. So I wanted to know if we've contacted Wendy to clarify that, what the status is, because I have no way to interpret that sentence. It doesn't say anything concrete.
Is Director Stahl with us, or GM Thorne, please?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'm not sure if it was specifically that individual at the province, but I know Mr. Robichaud sits on the Regional Planning Commissions of Ontario, and it kind of has been discussed in terms of members of the provincial staff attend that meeting as well. But I would say we don't have any greater clarity coming out of any of those conversations about what exactly that means. Not sure I can provide anything more in terms of what was intended by that statement. I would note that the part about tracking and monitoring progress, there is a provincial regulatory posting out right now where they were proposing a new regulation in terms of consistent data reporting from municipalities to the province with respect to housing production. So we are working on a response to that right now. That is a separate regulatory measure. It's not tied, as far as I understand it, specifically to the pledge. It's more about providing regular reporting to the province in terms of how many building permits you've issued, how many approvals you have issued, and so on as a municipality.
Thanks. Councillor Crutch?
Thank you. So my only comment on this is I think that it just sounds like they're going to put it in a spreadsheet. Great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls?
Well, thank you. And it's on communication 5.1. First of all, through the chair and the mayor.
Councillor Pauls, can I ask you to hold for 1 sec?
Sure.
Are any of the other speakers on the item that was just,
Okay.
but it might be
Yeah, that's great.
cleaner to do it that way?
Of course.
Okay. Are there, so anybody else wanting to speak to 5.5 or
Yes.
5.4? Okay, so I hear you, Councillor McMeekin. We've got a list here. Councillor Alex Wilson would be the next on that one.
Yeah, I'm seeing we have a big list, and Councillor Crutch got most of it. I'm just asking, is the direction with respect to 5.4 to be referred for consideration, or is there a referral with the intention of a report back? What's the kind of standing?
Referred for
action?
appropriate action.
Okay.
And we will be discussing this possibly later on in the agenda. It's on one of the committee reports.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Just a quick comment from me is I think this is an opportunity for all of us to think about how we're connecting with our natural spaces and connecting with our city, whether that's our relationship with our water or our relationship with the kind of other living creatures that live here. I think it's a real chance for us to do city building in a unique way. The report 5.4, the correspondence here, if you haven't read it, talks a lot about how this has been brought up in UN spaces. The federal government's talking about our commitment. I think we need to start thinking about this as a council in terms of a dollars and grants sending. So thanks so much, everyone, and really excited to receive this correspondence.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. You were talking about the bird-friendly, oh, I'm sorry, I was talking about 5.5, but you were talking about 5.4. So I appreciate your comments, and you're right, this is something that has become quite a movement, if you will, on the international scale. So good on you for that work. Okay, so then again on 5.4, is any other on 5.4, the bird-friendly piece of correspondence? Councillor Nan?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you to my previous colleagues for speaking on this correspondence as well. I just want clarity, so we aren't just moving this to be received today, we are referring it to staff for a report back? Thank you.
Oh, wait, 5.4?
Yes.
I don't believe so. It says that the recommendation is to be received.
Well, then
5.5 is the one that I was talking about that staff are going to respond to. Clerk.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, through changes through the agenda, we changed the disposition to be referred to the general manager.
All right. Yeah, absolutely then.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Really looking forward to that report and the steps that can come from this. There was some work done last year, but moving towards a bird-friendly city really does enable us to shift some of our practices and make sure that we're being responsive and responsible. So really glad to see this correspondence, and thank you to my colleagues for putting forward the direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nan, and I apologize to the members for that slip up. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate Cameron Kretsch's reading the line and just hearing it read the way he did. I think the message that I pull from it is, hey, this housing business is all your idea, municipalities, and we as the province are here to be as helpful as we can. Predictably, that's the spin that seems to be taking place. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Okay, then we'll go on to Councillor Pauls. Oh, sorry, Councillor Danko, you were on these as well? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. Just reading the letter from Minister Clark on item 5.5, you know, at times you kind of wonder if the minister really understands his ministry, because there's some parts of this letter that don't make any sense. For example, the minister says that our government is taking bold and transformative action to get 1.5 million homes built by 2031. I mean, there's so many things wrong with just that one sentence, but the one that stands out is that's not the provincial government's actual housing target. That's just a number that they made up. We are working towards meeting our housing goals based on the provincially mandated housing targets, our provincially mandated population projections. So we are doing what is required of us. We are committed to more housing, but it's this kind of political spin, Madam Mayor, that I think just gets in the way of good faith action, you know, from all stakeholders. And the other part of this letter that really stands out to me is there's a sentence in here that says the government requires a commitment to take from municipal partners to take extra effort. So we can discuss that further when we get to that item, but my understanding is that there is no requirement. This is just simply, you know, again, a political exercise by the provincial government that has no actual meaning or weight or value when it comes to what our actions actually are as municipalities. So I'm looking forward to further discussion when we get to that in the Planning Committee report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Pauls. Oh, wait. Councillor Nan? Nan, are you still on? No. Okay. Councillor Pauls. Thank you for being so gracious, Councillor Pauls.
No problem, and thank you, Mayor and Chair. I would just like to thank all the individuals who took time to contact Council regarding the city vaccination policy, as well as the numerous individuals who contacted me, my office personally, on regular basis, expressing their confusion and their frustration over this policy, which will one day, no doubt, come to an end. To that end, my question to our medical officer of health, Dr. Elizabeth Richardson, is, will you require a deadline of the end of Q2 that is the end of June, or do you envision possibly being able to report back sooner?
Dr. Richardson, oh, up at the top.
Through you, Mayor. The deadline that was originally set out for the reasons that were said in the meeting, that due to the level of staffing that we have and the current workload, the deadline that we originally set out is the one we'd be able to meet.
And thank you for that. I just want the public to know that they'll keep sending emails, they'll keep calling my office, that we do have an end game here, and I know at the end we'll probably lift it. So my question is, could it be possible to bring it sooner, like maybe May?
Dr. Richardson, it seems like she's already answered the question, Councillor Paul, but we'll ask her again.
Through you, Mayor. No, we're not able to bring it earlier. With current workload and current staffing levels, we're not able to do it sooner.
All right, thank you, and I hope the public hears that, so when they know there is going to be an end game, and it'll be in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I don't see that there are any further speakers. Oh, Councillor Nan, you did have another item.
I did, Mayor, thank you. And it's on item 5.10, which is correspondence from David Galvin, who is a resident at 1083 Main Street East. And if my colleagues have read the letter, I'm sure that you're also feeling quite concerned about this situation. For the record, this is a situation where the property manager has been non-responsive to pipes that had been burst as a result of frozen exposure to the elements, but also in terms of renovations that they're conducting for the building overall. It has led to residents being without water for 8 weeks as of today. The correspondence also speaks to the fact that the tenants who remain in this building are sick, they're elderly, and or disabled, and who feel very concerned about their public health and safety in the context of the fact that they cannot properly wash their hands, cannot properly wash dishes, and are routinely unable to flush their toilets because of inadequate supply of water. And, if I can, Mayor, the piece that really hits home is the fact that David describes it as perhaps the worst thing is the loss of hope that we initially had that the situation would be remedied quickly. And if I could, through you, I do have a couple of questions to staff as it relates to this file. First of all, if I could generally just get an update at what is the situation and where are we at as a municipality on this file, and then a few other questions after that. Thank you.
Thanks. GM Thorne, please.
Yes, through the chair, and Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services, Monica Ciriellos, on the WebEx, so she could respond to that.
Good morning, through the chair, to the councillor, Monica Ciriello, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. So there was a Property Standards Committee hearing yesterday. The property order that was issued by MLE in January stands, so repairs are to be completed. Next steps look like a communication update will be circulated to all councillors today. A communication will be prepared and hand delivered to the residents so that they have an understanding of what next steps look like. We will also be proactively monitoring the potable water. At this point, the city has been providing potable water to the tenants, and moving forward, the landlord will be doing so. So we want to make sure that that potable water is adequate, and we will be proactively monitoring that. And we also want to make sure that the city and the landlord are aware of what the residents are looking for in terms of accommodations during this next couple of weeks in sort of moving forward. So we will be proactively working with the tenants.
Thank you for that overview. And Director Ciriello, if I can, through you, Mayor, this feels very unprecedented in terms of, properties that have had these kinds of situations occur, especially during a winter storm. I know that during that period in which this break happened, MLE received a number of complaints and issued a number of orders during that winter storm. Could I get staff to just comment on, from an MLE perspective, is this typical for us to be waiting 8 weeks for proper attention by the landlord?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's not uncommon for municipal law enforcement to receive frozen pipe calls during the winter months, and this year was no exception. But I can state that at this point, all of the other complaints are in compliance, and this is one that remains outstanding.
Yeah, so just really clearly, all the other complaints of frozen pipes during that winter storm have been brought into compliance. This is the one file that remains out of compliance from that duration.
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
Thank you, Mayor. It's really unfortunate that this hasn't been solved yet in terms of the nature and the time frame by which the residents have been displaced, no, not displaced, but also more significantly, compromised in terms of their general quality of life and also access to something that should be freely available and readily available to every one of the residents of the city of Hamilton. We have A+ standard quality drinking water, and we have invested millions upon millions over many, many years to make sure our water infrastructure is functioning in a way that is safe and acceptable to every single resident across the city. I know the heart around the table here right now for the residents that are in 1083. It is absolutely unacceptable for these residents to be going this long without access to water. I visited the site and had a chance to meet with the residents and went door to door to the remaining apartments. And I have to say, the relief that the residents felt having their elected representative walk through the halls and understand through lived experience and putting my eyes and ears on the situation and talking to every single resident, it was an emotional visit. And the reality that tenants in that building feeling a lack of dignity, the fact that some of those residents were offered accommodation that were halfway across the city without any access to transit to get to, which is totally unacceptable from my perspective for the landlord to offer, knowing what they know about the tenant. These tenants continue to pay their rent on time in full amount. And these are the conditions under which they're being expected to continue to endure. I think it's absolutely horrendous. And I do appreciate staff who I've had a chance to meet with today, this morning, in terms of those proactive measures, outlining that they will be able to continue having conversations with the landlord. Fundamentally, it's the interest of this municipality to get that water restored and to make sure that these tenants are enjoying the same quality of life every other tenant in every single postal code across the city is able to enjoy. That said, Mayor, if I could just amend the direction to this correspondence. It currently says to be received and referred to the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. There are items in these correspondences that have to do with public health, and there's items in this correspondence that have to do with enforcement. So I would like to amend it by saying receive the correspondence and direct it to staff in Healthy and Safe Communities, Public Health, and Planning and ECDEV to address the concerns that these correspondences outline. Thank you.
Okay, so then with the motion, do you have a seconder?
For correspondences, I thought amendments
We don't need to have any, we don't need a formal motion? Okay, that's fine, that's easier. Thanks, Councillor Nan. Appreciate your activism on this particular file. It's extremely important. We now have further speakers. Councillor Clark. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just, I'm trying to understand how the city of Hamilton is addressing a landlord who denies water to the residents in their building. How is it that we came to an agreed statement of facts at a property standards meeting over water? It's not soil being piled up in a backyard. It's not rats running free. It's water. This is the best that we can do, Mayor? I'm really troubled by this. Because if this is happening here, I know how some of these landlords work. There will be another building down the street where they'll shut off the water and claim, oh, we got a broken pipe. and force everyone out, and then it's all over. You can see how frustrated I am, and I think most of my colleagues around this table are scratching their head. How is it that the city of Hamilton can sit back and allow a landlord to deny an entire apartment building water for this length of time? The councillors refer to the appropriate divisions, but we really should have a report back to GIC explaining exactly how we came to this. Because if we don't do it now, I guarantee you we're going to be doing it soon, because there's going to be many other landlords who are going to say, wow, that guy got away with it. Why can't I get away with it? So, Mayor, I'll leave it with you in terms of where it has to go, but I can't even use the word dumbfounded. It's just, I'm shocked. I'm incredibly disappointed that this has happened. There's no way in heck someone should be allowed to shut off the water to an entire apartment building for this length of time.
Agreed. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko. Oh, I'm sorry. 5.8. Is there anybody else on this item then? Councillor McMeekin, were you on the water item for 1083
Yes.
Main Street? Okay.
Your Worship, I want to thank the councillor for her proactive, reactive visit to the site and meeting with the residents. My concern, listening to the description of what's happening in building, I think on very important points, Councillor Clark. I want to know what the plan is. Surely there must be some other than a simple referral. Is there some specificity to what's going to happen with respect to this this terrible situation? That's my question.
Councillor McMeekin, are you referring that to staff then, or we have GM
Yeah,
Thorne and
yeah,
I think
whatever-
Cirillo still?
Presumably the staff have been engaged according to the councillor. I just want to know what the plan is.
Okay. GM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, as Director Cirillo noted, in terms of the immediate next steps, so the hearing yesterday did confirm the city's order, which does require the landlord to make the necessary repairs. And does require the landlord to take over the provision of potable water, which in the interim the city had been doing. And so as Director Cirillo noted, in terms of immediate next steps, we're going to be communicating what those requirements are so that the tenants are aware, and making sure that we, from a bylaw enforcement standpoint, are monitoring compliance with that order, so to make sure that the water is being provided as it's supposed to be. And as the Director Cirillo also noted, make sure that the landlord is clear in terms of the residents' expectations on some of these other matters as well, including the ones that were spelled out in the correspondence, as well as other ones that have been conveyed to us either directly by the residents or through the councillor's office, so that they are aware as well.
Thanks, Jim Thorne. Councillor McMeekin?
That sounds good as far as it goes. I wonder if there's a timeline attached to any and all of that.
Jim Thorne?
So through the chair, in terms of the communications, we're looking to do that over the next day or two so that the tenants are aware of what the requirements are. In terms of the decision of the committee yesterday, for that I would have to go to Director Cirillo to confirm the details.
Through the chair to
Cirillo?
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor. The decision yesterday requires the matter to be back before the Property Standards Committee no more than 45 days. There's still an outstanding landlord-tenant board matter, which is coming forth on March 8th. So we anticipate that soon after that, we will be back before the Property Standards Committee. But again, no later than 45 days from yesterday's date.
But possibly as soon as shortly after the March 8th date. Is that what you were saying, Director Cirillo?
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. As soon as we get that clarity from that decision, we will be able to set a date as soon as possible.
Thanks for the clarification. Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, thanks. That's helpful. Maybe a rhetorical question. looking at this, given the Councillor Clark's specific reference to look out, this is going to happen again, and we need to be quickly on top of it. From a case to cause perspective, are there some things that we should be doing in terms of some bylaw enhancements or some other protections, requirements that we need to be putting in place to ensure that when situations like this arise, we don't have to wait 45 days to get a substantive correction to a terrible situation? Is it worth looking at some additional protection? We have bylaws on where you can tie your horse downtown and other things. I'm wondering, I think, but I'm wondering that, there's some bylaws maybe we need to have in place to foster better tenant protections.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. It seems to me that that's why Councillor Nan is suggesting that this be referred to a number of different places, and why Councillor Clark was asking for a report back to GIC, Public Health and Planning, as well as what's in this direction in correspondence, General Manager of Health and Safety Communities. It's not something I think we can really address in any fulsome way around this council table, but that work that you're talking about can be done by those bodies, and give council some options, I think, to address these kinds of concerns.
That's helpful. Looks like we have.
General Manager Thorne actually had something to add as well.
Oh, good, super.
Yeah, so through the chair, if council wanted to be more specific in the direction with respect to report back, we could certainly report back on, I would say, an information report just to outline both the scope and authorities and, frankly, the limitations within the two key bylaws that come into play in a situation like this would be property standards and vital services, and sort of spell out what the scope and limitations are of those, particularly in situations that start to sort of bleed into issues that are in the jurisdiction of landlord-tenant tribunal as well. So if that's of interest, we can bring that forward for information so that council and the public are aware as kind of what the jurisdictions and scope of those two key bylaws are.
I think that would be very helpful, General Manager Thorne. Thanks very much. Okay, Councillor McMeekin?
Yeah, I concur. I think doing that would potentially be a good springboard to considering some other changes that we may need to make. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks for that, Councillor McMeekin. The visual image of the horse downtown tied to a post, is helpful actually in this, because I think if someone had left their horse downtown, somebody would come get the horse. And I think someone needs to come get the horse here. So what I want to ask staff firstly, and then I have a comment to make, is, look, if the sidewalks are not clean in front of a development in the downtown core, people can call and complain about that. And then the city will hire someone to come out and clean those sidewalks and charge the landowner for the cost of the clearing of the sidewalks and fine them. Why, in this situation, can we not simply hire someone to do this repair and charge the owner of the property?
General Manager Thorne, please.
So through the chair, that is a remedy that ultimately exists in the bylaw if and when the order expires and if it has not been dealt with, if it has not been implemented by the property owner. So that is a remedy that exists within the property standards bylaw, which is the bylaw that was invoked in this situation. What the committee, what the hearing determined yesterday did uphold the order, but it did note, and I'll go to Monica to confirm the details in terms of the timeline for them to come into compliance. If they fail to do so, then just like with a sidewalk situation or a long grass and weeds or one of those sort of more typical property standards violations, then that remedy does exist for the city.
Director Cirillo, do you have anything to add?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, GM Thorne has covered it.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. It seems like there's already an order that was not complied with before we got to property standards, though. So we're letting this go on for 8 weeks, and I think that there is actually a precedence here, and if not, can this council supersede one? Like, this is going to carry on for 45 more days, which is another 6 weeks, so we're talking about 14 weeks. Then we'll have another polite conversation with the landlord. We say to them, gosh, would you put this into compliance? People would like some water. And we'll do things like make sure the landlord's clear on the tenant's expectations. The landlord is clear on the tenant's expectations, let me tell you. So there's no reason why we should be delaying this. I do think there's a chance for this body actually, maybe on other business. If Councillor Nan wants to put forward a motion, I'd be happy to second it, to accelerate this, to do something about it. Maybe it seem unusual for us to take a certain step, but it's unusual for people not to have water for 8 weeks. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Nan, please, for a second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and honestly, thank you to my colleagues around the table for speaking up on this. It has been my concern that this is precedent setting, and there is definite concern that this kind of situation will continue. And in fact, we've been hearing from tenant delegations year upon year about the risks and impacts of renovictions, and which is what led us towards the path last term of moving towards creating a bylaw regime, not too dissimilar to the one in New Westminster and other municipalities, to ensure that tenants are protected in these kinds of situations expressly. So if I could, through you to staff, just get a clarity around the timeline of that bylaw development, where are we at on that? And then I also have a question about our vital services bylaw, which was mentioned, and whether or not, when it was established, and when was the last time it's been reviewed? And perhaps the direction could also include that report back that's going to come, include a review of other municipalities' vital services which have been upgraded over the course of the last 5 years to address these exact situations.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. GM Thorne?
So through the chair, I'll try to speak to all those, but if I miss any, please correct me. So starting with the report back, yes, we can look at what other jurisdictions do. And as I said, we'd be looking, I think the most applicable bylaws here are vital services and property standards, although likely we should include in that scope the public health bylaws as well, because they may be relevant in situations like this. In terms of last update to vital services bylaw, I can't recall. Monica might be able to speak to it. I know with property standards, I believe it was just over a year ago, in response to some concerns actually about similar issues around allegations of renovictions and things like that. We did update the property standards bylaw to bring into scope a number of other matters, such as operations of elevators, operations of key appliances, those sorts of things within rental housing. So that was the most recent update to the property standards bylaw that I can recall. I don't know if Monica can speak to when we last looked at the vital services bylaw. And then I'm sorry, Councillor, I can't remember what your second question was.
The renovictions bylaw.
Director Cirillo, do you have any update on the vital services bylaw piece?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, it was updated in 2021.
Okay, so I just wanted to let General Manager Thorne know that the other piece that Councillor Nan was looking for was progress on the renoviction bylaw, or renoviction regime issue.
Yeah, so through the chair, so I think the council is referring to a precedent that we were asked to look at in New Westminster, BC, and I think there she is now. GM Burden's team was looking at that one.
Thanks very much. GM Burden, please.
Thank you, General Manager Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. We have engaged a consultant currently to look at that Westminster bylaw and the renovictions piece, and that report is coming forward, I believe, in April for council's review. I'm not sure if I can speak to the ability to add this piece to that work, and I would invite, if there's a question on that, perhaps Director Baird could respond to that piece. For you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, GM Burden. Councillor Nam?
Yeah, I think that General Manager Thorne mentioned that there would be a report back to General Issues Committee with an overview of the scope of the bylaws as well as limitations in them. So I would just add that there be a review of corresponding municipal bylaw changes to vital services that this municipality ought to consider, given the circumstances that these 9 tenants find themselves in, and to ensure that this kind of situation never happens again. So protecting ourselves and the tenants in a suite of bylaws, not just property standards, not just vital services, but also the new bylaw that we're in the process of developing right now through the leadership of Housing Services. The last piece on this that I wanted to just clarify was in terms of other next steps that can be taken. I will take some time to put together a motion, given the interest around the table and colleagues wanting to see that this be dealt with an accelerated track, and that 45 days is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Can I ask Councillor Janko to take the chair so I can say a few words on this before we go into second time speakers, although Councillor Nan did have her second time speaker opportunity. I want to say that it's very frustrating to have this happening here at the City of Hamilton and know that it's happening around the province. And we all know where I've come from, and we all know that for many, many years now, the governments at the provincial order of government have not been taking seriously the appropriate regime to protect tenants' rights and landlords' rights, frankly. And now we have a situation where we have an Ontario tribunal that's not staffed well enough to actually deal with a lot of these issues. And so things drag on and get worse and worse. And in the absence or the turning away from their responsibilities at the provincial order of government, which should deal with tenants and landlord matters across the entire province, we are now left as municipalities to pick up the pieces and try to figure out how do we, at a municipal level, deal with provincial legislation, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're dealing with provincial legislation and trying to figure out how we can, cover off the cracks in that legislation and the cracks in the administration of what weak legislation exists. And that's frustrating, I think, for all of us. Mostly, as we can see, it's devastating for people that have to deal with the situation like the tenants at 1083. And I want to say, kudos to folks around this table currently, as well as the last term of council, to identify these concerns. You may know that this was discussed many times in the Ontario legislature over the last, the time I was there. So we're going to, I think, rely on staff to bring as fulsome a package as possible forward to basically fill the holes that the provincial government has left for municipalities to try to address while tenants are struggling to stay housed in a housing market that's pretty devastating. So on that note, thanks, Councillor Janko. I'll take back the chair. And now, Councillor Janko, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight item 5.8 in the correspondence. This is a letter from Tim Nolan on behalf of the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance in regarding to any revisions to the Board of Health governance composition. Mr. Nolan in his letter says that specifically that seniors and persons with disabilities must be represented at both the selection panel and at the Board of Health itself. And then he asks specifically that should council move to have a staff report on the subject, that persons with disabilities and seniors be fully consulted by staff on both the Board of Health composition and selection process, and that staff report adequately reflect that consultation. So through you, Mayor, I know this council has voted to proceed with public consultation on the governance structures for the Board of Health. So I just want to make sure that this correspondence from, and any further input from the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance is part of that consultation. So I would ask that this be referred to that consultation process. If I can do that, I'm not sure exactly where that would go, but just make sure it's captured.
Thanks, Councillor Janko. I think that that's something that Board of Health, it can be referred to Board of Health because I believe that's who's putting that consultation together.
Perfect. Thank you.
Public Health Department. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to echo comments. Mr. Nolan has stimulated the increasing interest in my ward amongst a number of individuals who have disabilities or are passionate about assisting those with some challenges. And I think as we move forward contemplating makeup, we're fond of referring to equity and diversity, and frequently that somehow manages not to include those with disability challenges. So I appreciate Mr. Nolan's letter, and particularly the good counselor's reference to making sure that that's given every consideration as we look at the formation of a potentially new Board of Health. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks, and thanks for pointing this out. I think it should also be referred to the Governance Subcommittee meeting on March 27th. There's a motion coming forward there with respect to the Board of Health Standing Committee, which is not the Board of Health. And so I think that it'd be useful to have that there, just so folks know. Also, in that motion that's coming forward at the Governance Review Subcommittee, there is a clause in there just specifically saying that there'll be engagement with the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, the Seniors Advisory Committee, and a bunch of other groups. Also, Mr. Nolan can come forward to delegate to both of those committees, to the Governance Review Subcommittee, to the Audit and Finance Committee, and then to the General Issues Committee, all before this comes to Council. So there's going to be lots of opportunity for that discussion to happen, tons of community input on top of the hundreds of letters that have already been received. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I don't see any other speakers, so I want to go back to the vote on the communications items as presented and amended in terms of direction. That was, did we have a mover and seconder? It happened so long ago. Okay, I think it was Councillor Nan and Councillor Pauls. So thanks very much. Can we have the vote up, please? Just while the vote's being tabulated, I wanted to thank members of council and community and staff for wearing their pink shirts today. We all know that this is a day to reflect on bullying and make sure that we all commit to doing everything we can to be kind and inclusive and understanding. So here we have now, the vote is up, the result is up. That carries 15-0. We're now going to move into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Nan, can I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole, please?
Certainly. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora that Council move into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of committee reports.
Okay, can you please indicate your votes? Thank you. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. The first committee report is the Board of Health report. Oh. I thought it was already up on the... Okay, so I was reading the wrong screen. Is that what you're telling me? All right, so do we need a new screen before we go? Okay, that's great. Still carried 15-0. Thanks so much. Okay, Councillor Nan, can I have the motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Board of Health report?
Certainly. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison that the Board of Health Report 23-002, being the meeting held on Monday, February 13th, 2023, be received and that recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councillor Nan, please. Councillor Nan has an amendment, I believe, to item 1, draft consumption and treatment services site application process. Go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I do. And I'd like to amend the direction that was tabled at Board of Health, specifically to address a minor error that was listed in item 3, as well as to explicitly embed into the direction the commitments that the AIDS Network has made as it relates to community consultation engagement going forward. And so if I could just quickly read the amendment, it would be amending the direction to 1B1, that the application from the AIDS Network for consumption treatment services site located at 1746 Barton Street East be endorsed with the caveat that the AIDS Network will implement robust community engagement with local residents and stakeholders to help identify and address safety and neighborhood impact concerns. In number 2, underneath that, the amendment is that the Hamilton Public Health staff partner with community agencies currently applying to operate consumption treatment services in Hamilton, specifically to provide active support in the areas of community engagement and education, site confirmation and wraparound service coordination. And 3, that staff be directed to provide an evaluative framework with open data that demonstrates the community impact of consumption treatment services operations in Hamilton and make it publicly accessible on the city's website. So the portions that are bold are the areas that are going to be amended. I do request a seconder for the amendment. I realize I didn't. Thank you, Councillor Huang. And if I could, through you, Mayor, I would like to speak to this.
Please go ahead. Yep.
So during the Board of Health meeting, Executive Director Tim McClement from the AIDS Network stated that their existing outreach efforts did not meet the area my office recommended explicitly. He committed during the delegation to increasing their community engagement efforts to be more robust now and also into the future, if approved by the ministry. He also stated on the record that partnering organizations, the Hamilton Social Medicine Response Team, the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, the local Indigenous Health Center, and Alternatives for Youth, who are all partnering together, are aiming to create a consumption treatment center of excellence, drawing on the best practices and lessons learned from neighboring municipalities like Kitchener and Niagara, who currently have effective consumption treatment services in neighborhoods in their cities. Recently, I had the opportunity to look more closely at a review by the Region of Waterloo's Consumption Treatment Service Center in Kitchener. In it, they state that the key to their success is the active participation and engagement of local neighbors and other stakeholders in reducing the negative impacts or any perceived or possible negative impacts to a neighborhood. And that there's 2 bodies that they've created that help ensure this collaborative work. 1 is a community advisory group, and 2, a community safety table. Specifically, the members of the CTS Community Advisory Group include nearby neighbors who live within close proximity of the site, the city, nearby BIAs, the public library, schools, child care centers, and neighborhood associations and faith organizations. The report goes on to state that we have not had the doom and gloom that I think was initially envisioned. The assumptions for the neighborhood originally is that we would get call after call and resources would be dragged down and used specifically for this site. It was actually the opposite of that. And the key was to do it properly, to plan properly, and do it together. I've heard from neighbors who live in the area about being afraid of the unsafe drug use impacting their comfort in public spaces. There has also been a vocal few in the area who've not only been inciting fear, but also intimidating neighbors near the Barton Lodridge area who have been supportive of consumption treatment centers and supportive of this exact application. Those supporters have been harassed, they've been targeted, and they've been threatened. And most disturbingly, I have received accounts of individuals in medical distress who are experiencing the effects of toxic drug supply, being exploited and manipulated and harmed in the area by those who oppose this application. This is completely inhumane and fully criminal in my eyes. And yet the very act of dropping off people in medical distress after consuming drugs onto the steps of CTS supporters points directly to the need of safe space and medical services in this area. You made the point. You actually made the point. There is a difference between inciting fear and being afraid. And when we incite fear and we stigmatize our neighbors who will be consumption treatment service users, we're actually ignoring the realities of those people in our communities who need access to these services. In Ward 3, in this exact neighborhood and across this city. I am done, Mayor, with enabling that kind of hate in our community.
Excuse me, members of the gallery, please don't engage in the debate and certainly don't use pejorative language when it comes to our councillors. Thank you. Or else I'll have to clear the gallery, and I don't really want to do that. So please, be respectful. The debate is happening at the council table. It's not a debate that's happening with the gallery, so please be respectful. Councillor Nan, can you please wrap up?
The growing demographic of users are male workers in construction trades and emergency services, Mayor. It's happening across the country. And in fact, local Hamilton unions like the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 105, have been steadily training their members on how to use naloxone for their membership's health and safety. The Hamilton Police Services endorsed the proposed CTS application site at 746 Barton Street East back in November 2022. Consumption treatment centers save lives. And with the death rate that 45% higher in Hamilton compared to provincial rates, this council has no choice but to act and to support the full spectrum of services that are needed in our city. I thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. On the amendment, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I thank you, Councillor Nan, for that. I think very helpful synopsis of the dynamic in your particular area. I know there was a lot of concern at the last time this came up with respect to the site, and I, like many other councillors, have been getting numerous letters and appeals. Some very thoughtful comments about the issues, and I think I've come to the point where there's a very simple equation. We either want a safe consumption and treatment service center, or alternatively, we're going to have an ad hoc series of unsafe consumption places, fostering the very kinds of concerns that and exacerbating predictably the kinds of fears that are articulated in the absence of a center. So I want to say that in a very positive way, and to align myself with the obvious struggle of the area and Councillor Nan in particular, and I say that with respect and admiration. For clarity, and in the interest of being completely transparent, when you look at the motion, it notes that it actually names the site, and then in the second section talks about the engagement process, which ostensibly would include a site confirmation. I just want to be clear that if we pass this motion today, we are endorsing the 746 Barton Street site, with an understanding that maybe the process wasn't perfect and needs to be better moving forward, and presumably will be with subsequent engagement. So I guess I want to raise that as a question. This because I don't want to be accused of some kind of bait and switch or any kind of dishonesty here. The first section says we endorse the site. The second section notes a lot of concerns that are fairly obvious given the presentation of the community. And I really like the references to Waterloo and the idea of a permanent set of advisory and safety tables with respect to critical issues like the consumption and treatment services. So I just want to put all of that on the record and just get some real clarity about this is an endorsement of the site.
My understanding, Councillor McMeekin, is that in fact it is. There's the amendment which we will vote on first, and then we will vote on the motion as amended, and then we'll vote on the balance of the report. So that'll give us all of the pieces that we need to be clear. I don't know if Councillor Nan wanted to quickly respond to your concern as the mover of the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor, and it was discussed at the Board of Health and through you to Councillor. The second portion of the direction here is really speaking to enabling building the capacity in our community of our community agencies who are on the front lines supporting saving lives in harm reduction services like this one. And embedding within that a partnership with Hamilton Public Health, which there already is, guidelines and recommendations that public health offers to our agencies as they're preparing their applications. That said, there is need to build capacity, and that capacity is appropriately identified here as having public health staff engage in this work and help facilitate this work being done in a manner that meets our residents' needs on all sides. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin, that satisfied your question?
It does, and I just want to again compliment Councillor Nan for her leadership, particularly around the capacity building future for these kinds of discussions. That's exceptionally helpful, and Councillor, thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. We now have Councillor Francis.
Thank you, and I just wanted to start by saying, and I want to make it very clear here, I'm not disagreeing with the need for support. I think that's pretty clear. It's pretty obvious that there's a great need for support in our community. It's terrible what's happening. I just, from somebody who's done petitions in the past, Save Our Pier, I got over 2,000 signatures with that, with the help of, at the time, the Member of Parliament, Bob Bertina. That's 2,000 people. That's a lot of people. And then I did the battlefield reenactment, which was over 650 signatures. I walked door to door getting those signatures, and that's hard to do. It speaks volumes for the community when there's that many people that are signing something, and it's a lot of work to obtain those signatures. I know when you start getting into the range of 1,200 people, which there's a petition against this site, in the range of 1,200 people opposing the site, it would be super hypocritical of me to support endorsing this site, given the fact, with my history of petitions, the community deserves a voice on this, so I will be opposing. I know I supported it at the last Board of Health meeting, but after reviewing this, I'll be opposing this location. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Any further comments? Councillor Danko, if you could just take the chair for a minute, I'd like to comment as well. I do want to say also thank you to Councillor Nan, not only in terms of the conversation at the Board of Health, but taking that back, hearing from the community in terms of the concerns, identifying that this particular council needed to do some better work around consumption and treatment sites and putting the amendment forward. It was a lot of work. It's a lot of anxiety, I think, that goes with the difficulties around citing a consumption and treatment site. But as we know, this is something that was identified a couple of years ago, that we needed a second site. There's been a lot of work to try to find that second site. And I think we have an opportunity in this particular situation to actually work with the community to create an environment that is safe for neighbors and safe for the business district, as well as safe for people who are drug users. And I think that's the goal that this amendment seeks to achieve. And so I want to say that that as the mayor of the City of Hamilton, I'm looking forward to working with the ward councillor as well as public health and healthy and safe communities to make sure that that we're not only saving lives, but that we are upholding neighborhoods and communities in this effort. So thanks, Councillor Danko. You take the chair back. We now have Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And I'm not speaking to the amendment. I'd like to speak to the main question, so I'm not sure if you want me to do that now or wait until after we vote on the amendment.
Well, let's vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion, and we'll go that way. So can we then have the amendment? I think people know what the amendment is. We can have it back on screen if you like. And can we please call the vote, seeing no further speakers on the amendment? Oh, Councillor Pauls.
I'm just wondering, and I appreciate Councillor Nan for this amendment to get more input with community and stakeholder, but I don't understand, we're doing that and yet we're approving the 746 Barton Street. Is that what we're doing?
That's the
amendment.
Yeah.
So
That'll be the amendment, but that is also part of the main motion that comes
right.
back.
So I'm wondering, shouldn't we get the results of the engagement first? I'm just wondering, that's all. But I appreciate Councillor Nan, it's a ward, she knows it well. But shouldn't we get the community involvement first and then decide if 746 is right? I'm just asking the question.
If you're not supportive of the amendment, you don't have to vote for it, Councillor Pauls.
But, all right.
So then we have the amendment before us. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Can I ask staff a question now that the amendment's on the floor?
Sure, it's been on
Okay,
the floor
thank
this
you,
entire time.
Mayor, and I appreciate that the Ward 3 councillor has amended this to have some more robust consultation. So before I ask my question of staff, I guess it would be to the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, Angie Burden, to put her on notice. What I detected last week at Board of Health by a couple of the delegates that were representing the 1,200 names against, and from many, many emails that I'm sure Mayor Horvath, your office, and the rest of us have received in the last 7 days, what I detected was a cynicism and a skepticism towards the consultative process that was led by the agencies. And with all respect to the agencies that are doing the work that probably no one else would do, I just sense that there was that cynicism and skepticism. So that preamble, Mayor Horvath, through you to the General Manager, with this amendment, this tells me that now the city will take a more active involvement to ensure and be partnering with the agency in terms of public consultation in the community. Through you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson.
I can know my interpretation is fairly accurate.
GM Burden? Oh, we can't hear you. Angie, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. I would agree that some of the concerns was not with respect to the CTS, but the manner of the consultation. I would also agree that the amendment focuses staff in terms of assisting with that. I think it would be helpful for our Medical Officer of Health to speak directly to that piece of the amendment, as it will be Public Health that will take the lead in this. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Is that okay with you,
Yep,
Councillor
thank you,
Jackson?
General Manager. Through you to Dr. Richardson, please, for further commentary of my interpretation with whichever department, Public Health, Community Services. I just think the community of those that have concerns and signed the petition, I think they need to know the city's involvement will run concurrently or be partnering with the agency.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Dr. Richardson, please.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. The issues that have been raised around the consultation piece, indeed, as Councillor Nan has outlined, historically we would discuss with agencies what we recommended as best practices in terms of consultation. And I know Michelle Baird, who was then the director responsible for this area, both provided that advice and as well attended at the One Community meeting in order to assist in that regard. As Tim had outlined and the Councillor Nan had indicated, the consultation could have been more fulsome. And indeed, we would, advise that can certainly be improved going forward, both from the standpoint of consultation in a situation such as setting up a CTS, but also in ongoing engagement with the community to support the work. And Councillor Nan references the work done in Waterloo, and in that case, it is a jointly operated CTS between Public Health and the community agency, and so they've done that work together as they go, and it is a good example of that work. For us going forward, I think this, the framework that has been outlined in the motion, and I'm sorry, I don't have the amended motion before me to speak to that in particular, but the concept of, providing further advice around consultation, how that be carried out, and marrying that with some sort of evaluative framework, which may be endorsement by a municipal council when it's being considered for municipal endorsement, which I believe is part of what is being asked for, as well as an evaluative framework in the longer term in terms of how CTSs are functioning and what their impacts are in the community. And I'm seeing the councillor nod, so I'm assuming I have it right. I think those will be very helpful and will lend or give public health a little bit more clarity in dealing with partners who come forward for applications about what it is that this council is seeking, what it is that they need to do in order to receive council endorsement of a model. So I think that's for sort of moving forward in general. For this particular site and for moving it forward in general, we'll engage as we've been doing with this site to talk further about what can be improved. We do have a resource challenge. As I said at the Board of Health, we do have a resource challenge. Our resources for this work are currently being used to work on both the opioid response plan as well as the municipal alcohol policy work. And so we're going to have to look at how we reprioritize work in order to address this in both the short and long term.
Thanks, Dr. Richardson.
So, Dr. Richardson, that was a very thorough and very professional response to my question. If I could just please, through you, Mayor Horwath, just simplify it. This amendment tells me that through the Ward 3 councillor, much more my editorial, my interpretation, much more robust, greater involvement of neighborhood and community consultation, and with the city, if you will, not just being a spectator or offering advice, but being there, if you will, actively partnering with the agency in carrying out greater neighborhood consultation. Can you, Dr. Richardson, just simply say, is that your understanding as well, given your resource challenges? I get that. That'll be up to you as head of your department to make that happen. But is that your understanding as well? It won't be the city being a spectator, if you will, but you will be more actively partnering with the agency with neighborhood consultation. Through you, Mayor.
Dr.
Please.
Richardson?
Through you, Mayor, that is my understanding, both for this site that we're discussing today in terms of how it is moved forward for consultation around the site, but also with any future site that comes forward for endorsement, that would be advice on development of the application, as well as ongoing engagement around a site after it's up and running.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. We have Councillor Kretsch and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Kretsch, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to comment on this idea of consultation. I think it's important that we really unpack that language a little bit because it keeps being used in a variety of different ways. We know, though, what people think about this. So whether that direct consultation and engagement happened with a public information session by city staff, whether it was Councillor Nan's office, whether it was a petition, whether it was neighbors engaging in other kinds of ways, whether it was delegations, there has been an incredible amount of engagement around this over the entire time it's been proposed. And we know what people think. And the goal of consultation is to find out, well, what do you think about this? And then it's our job to take that information and make a decision. So I just don't want to leave this room thinking that consultation hasn't happened in any kind of way and we don't have any sense of what's happening here. Yes, we're trying to enhance that to make sure we reach communities where maybe we haven't had as fulsome a discussion. But it's very, very clear that communities have found a voice in this process. We've talked to people in the community. We know what people think. And now it's our job to make the decision. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Clark? And then Councillor Pauls. You missed Councillor Clark. I saw him.
Thank you. Can I ask staff what involvement we had with assisting the AIDS Network in doing their community engagement? Did we provide advice? Did we provide guidelines? Did we provide, this is how you normally do it? Any of that work?
My understanding is that's part of the problem with the whole system, is that these things are approved by the province and they're pretty much there's not really that much engagement that comes from the local municipalities unless we're proactively doing that, which is what this amendment enables us to do a little bit more going forward, and also recognizing that that work it needs to be done currently. Dr. Richardson?
Through you, Mayor, as I just mentioned, when it came to this particular application, Michelle Baird was still in the position of Director for Epidemiology, Wellness, and Communicable Disease Control, and she was in contact with the AIDS Network and provided advice around community consultation and what that would look like. And she also did attend at their one meeting in order to support that process. And she gave further feedback in terms of what would continue to improve their community consultation process. I don't have further specifics as Michelle was leading that work.
And can I ask, do we know what happened at that community meeting? Was there a large turnout? Was there a few people? How did they advertise it? How did they inform the local businesses and neighbors that it was happening? Councillor Nan might know. Staff doesn't, Madam Chair.
Sure, I'm happy to provide an overview of
Councillor
that
Nan.
meeting if needed, Mayor. So I did attend that meeting. It was with an organization that provides developmental support to youth and adults with developmental needs. And it was a meeting that was called for on behalf of, by the organization itself, requesting it. They made the request through my office. I helped facilitate that request being fulfilled. I helped facilitate to ensure public health was in attendance so that we could observe the consultation process. However, the process was not led by the AIDS Network. It was led by the community agency and a group of residents who are also in attendance. In attendance were also parents and or family members or caregivers of the attendees of that center. And the meeting in my assessment was derailed. It didn't end up serving as a consultation. What happened in the meeting was that the AIDS Network was given an opportunity to present information about the consumption treatment service. Parents, caregivers were given an opportunity to ask questions and raise their concerns. My office took detailed notes of that meeting and then provided feedback directly to the AIDS Network about future consultations, future meetings, and what my expectations are in order for them to fulfill good standards of community engagement.
Thank you. And in terms of reaching out to the neighbors and businesses, there was a letter inviting them to this meeting, or?
Through you, Mayor, you're testing my memory here, but I think what I recall is that because it was organized by the agency as well as residents, that they were responsible for the invitations and notifying the community. I don't recall whether or not the AIDS Network had a role to play or did play a role in broadcasting the meeting. In so much that it was supposed, I think, my understanding and recollection was that it was going to be a one-on-one between the AIDS Network and the LUSA organization, as well as the caregivers who attend and use the services of that organization. And then at attendance of the meeting, there was multiple other residents in the adjacent neighborhood as well.
Thank you. And just one question with regards to the amendment then. As I'm reading the amendment, we're endorsing the creation of this site, and the engagement is on a go-forward basis to talk to residents, stakeholders, to help identify neighborhood concerns about the operation now that it's operating. Correct?
That's my understanding, but not just now that it's operating, but in the process of putting together the operation.
I guess what I'm wrestling with, and I'll be very brief, is on one side, I heard from the AIDS Network indicating that they had several letters of support. They have since provided numerous letters of report to my office. They came in separately. And lots of letters in opposition and a petition of 1,200 opposed. And I'm trying to understand, it doesn't seem congruent to me. How can you have a meeting and have one party come out thinking, here we got support, and another party coming out thinking, no, we're opposed? And I guess that's my challenge in my head as I'm trying to make this decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And I want to thank my councillor, Nan, all the work she has done on this file, and I thank her for putting this amendment, but I wonder, as a friendly amendment, if we could move to the amendment to have other sites consider at the same time. Because I find it hard to say, yes, let's have community engagement, but it's already there. So because of that, I wonder if we could amend the amendment to have other sites consider at the same time as 746 Martin Street.
I look to Councillor Nan as to whether she considers that to be a friendly amendment.
Mayor, on this point, and I appreciate my colleagues around the table who like me, not too long ago, were really confused by this entire darn process. And the reality at the end of the day is that an applicant to the Ministry of Health is not required to get the consent of a neighborhood.
Can I just, are you prepared to entertain this as a friendly amendment or not? And if you are not, then you would need to get a seconder for an amendment to the amendment, and
I can't
that would
because
be
it's
the
not in
process.
line with the actual process for the ministry.
Yes.
It would take us out of compliance with the process with the ministry, so I can't accept it, unfortunately.
Understand. So what's on, so do you have a seconder then for your amendment to the amendment?
Do I have a seconder for the amendment to consider other site at the same time as 746? I'm not saying 746 is out, because.
I'm sorry? Point of order, Councillor Clark.
I'm sorry, I understand what is being asked.
But there's no seconder.
That substantively changes this motion. So how can we do an amendment that substantively changes the motion?
I don't know that we have a seconder, so I think that that's actually a good point of order. I appreciate it, but at this point, I think we need to move on to the amendment that's before us on the table. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Happy to pass.
I'm sorry? You're passed? All right. So, Councillor Nan, did you want to speak for another time? Okay. So we have now Councillor Nan's motion, amendment to the motion before us. Can you put it on the screen, Clerk, so we can, Madam Clerk, so we can look at it? We know what we're voting on. I appreciate the conversation. It's tough. It's a tough discussion. Okay, so the amendment is before you on the screen, and so I'm asking councillors now to please vote on the amendment that was put forward by Councillor Nan. That amendment carries 13 to 2. Thank you. We now have the main motion as amended before us. Any discussion on the main motion as amended? All right, can we have the vote up, please, then? The motion carries 13-2. Can we now have back to the motion on the public health report as a whole, which I believe was moved by Councillor, or rather the Board of Health report, moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Any further discussion on the Board of Health report? Seeing none, I'll have the vote up, please. This is on the balance of the report, the balance of the Board of Health report. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We're now on to 6.2, Public Works Committee Report 23-002, February 13th, 2023. Councillor Nan, can I have, please, a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
You got it. Most certainly moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pauls that the Public Works report, as indicated, being the meeting held on the date indicated, be received and recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Pauls. Is there any discussion? I believe Councillor Tattison has a motion. So Councillor Tattison, please introduce your motion to lift item F1 from the information section and add it as item 8 of the Public Works Committee report 23002. This is just the lift.
Thank you, Chair. This is moved by Councillor myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. The item F1, respecting the removal of city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton, Ward 11, item 12.1, be lifted from the information section and be added as item 8 of the Public Works Committee report 23-002.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Can we have a vote on the lifting of the report, please? Lifting of the item, please. Thanks. That carries 14-1. We now have, go to your motion, please, respecting item 8, Councillor Tattison.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. Removal of the tree, of the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton, Ward 11, 12.1, whereas the owner of 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton, indicates they experience sightline concerns and impediments to deliveries safely entering and exiting their property from the large city-owned tree located at their property, whereas the owner of 1415 Trinity Church Road has expressed their desire to the ward councillor and has previously appealed to forestry staff to have city-owned tree removed. Therefore, be it resolved, the forestry staff be directed to remove the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton. The forestry staff be directed to waive all tree removal permit and loss of canopy fees for the removal of the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton, and to fund the tree removal costs through the forestry section operating budget.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Did you want to speak to your motion before we go to the other councillors?
I do. Excuse me. Basically, what I'm trying to accomplish here is there were more environmental assessments done by staff, and basically it says, in addition to the sightline assessment, A full review of sightlines beyond just a tree was conducted in consideration of the grade changes on Trinity Church Road, and it was found that the sightline clearance for oncoming southbound traveling vehicles was 70 meters from the driveway to the top of the grade in the oncoming southbound lane. According to the geometric guide, which is stopping sight distances for automobiles with anti-lock braking systems, the minimum stopping sight distance for a 60-kilometer road is 85 meters. So with these results, a hidden driveway sign was installed. However, in consideration of the above and my consultation with Acting Director Fields, he expresses that there's an opportunity to examine speed limit compliance in here, and when we review the speed limit compliance, it may lead to different enhancements and recommendations related to roadway safety, which would benefit all road users. So I'm a little bit uncertain because I have a third motion, and I'm wondering if that's the one I'm supposed to read. Okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay, so what you were reading was was that the staff report? And so what you're really wanting to do is read the actual motion.
Okay, thank you. I've got it now. First one, so moved by Councillor Tassin, seconded by Councillor Nan, that the motion respecting removal of the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton Ward 11, item 12.1, be referred to Public Works staff to prepare a report following review of the traffic safety considerations related to 1415 Trinity Church Road as it relates to speed compliance matters and the placement of the driveway adjacent to a downhill portion of the roadway.
Okay, so I just want to
apologize.
be sure that what you're doing is you're taking this item, you've lifted this item successfully, and now the motion is to refer it back to staff for further work. That's what you're asking your council colleagues to do at this council meeting, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so we have now a point of order. Councillor Danko. We lifted 12, yes, we lifted item 8.
As a motion,
We lifted 12.8.
so, sorry, yeah, whatever the item is,
And-
we lifted that as a motion, so that is now on the floor.
Yep.
So I would like to proceed with the debate and vote on the motion that's
Okay,
on the floor.
I got you.
To defeat that.
That's my error.
And then Councillor Tattison can place his motion as a separate motion.
Is that correct, Clerk Holland?
So debate can happen. The motion to refer can be, if Councillor Tattison is the last speaker in the list of speakers, he can put the motion to refer.
Okay.
But
so
we don't vote on the
so
first one
Councillor-
first
Councillor-
unless, but you can absolutely have discussion on the original motion first.
All right, so Councillor Danko, you were correct. And
So
we have on the floor, we have the motion to lift. I thought we had voted in favor of lifting the motion, which we had done. So the item is now before us, the committee item, and Councillor Tattison was referring to staff as the first speaker.
A completely different motion.
So my intention would be to not refer the tree item, to defeat that, and then Councillor Tattison could put his motion as a separate motion.
He lifted his motion, so that's on the floor now.
It's a different motion.
It's a completely different motion.
Through the chair, Councillor Tattison is referring the report back to staff with instructions.
And so the only issue would be then, the only debate would be on the instructions. Is that correct? Referral with instructions?
So the original motion was put on the floor. Councillor Tattison immediately put the referral down. However, Councillor Danko was correct. If there is a speakers list for the original motion, there can be debate on the original motion first, if he wanted to speak to that. However, the motion to refer is in order as long as it's the last speaker in the list of first-time speakers.
Okay, so then we go back to the original motion. And so I just want to make sure people on this list here then, starting with Councillor Kretsch, are on the original motion as opposed to the instructions of the referral. Because that's technically has to wait until all of these other conversations occur. All right? Okay.
Through the chair, the debate is only on the original motion.
Yeah. Councillor Cratch.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I just want to make sure I understand this, because I'm not trying to make this more complicated. I just want to make sure it's clear. Can Councillor Taddison not, I've done this here before, so I'm asking, Councillor Taddison not lift the item, amend and refer? Like, I've done that before, exact activity before here. So I understand why we're now suddenly having a different activity for Councillor Taddison's motion.
Through the mayor, because typically when something is lifted, someone just does a refer because there is no debate on the original motion. That's why. But procedurally, if members of council wish to have a debate on the original motion, that debate occurs first, and then the motion to refer is only in order if they are the last speaker of the first time round.
Okay.
So Councillor Taddison can wait for his motion to refer, be the last speaker of the first time speakers, and then his motion is in order.
Thanks. And I just ask in advance if we can have that motion to refer on the screen when it comes, because I didn't quite catch what you said. My topic, though, is on the original motion, because when you first started reading it, I was like, uh-oh, here we go, the tree again. So, yeah, I'm not in support of removing the tree. I just want to make that really clear. I think that we have to have this fulsome report from staff come back and have discussion, because I really want to make it clear here, and I think the Councillor Taddison did a really good job of making it clear. This is about the road, not about the tree. I do not think it's okay for us to be like, well, the road is terrible, so bye-bye to the tree. Like, as a policy, I think that's terrible. I know it's going to cost us money to fix the road or make the road safer, and that's the issue here. This is about road safety. This has nothing to do with a tree, from my perspective. It's about road safety. The complaints from the original person who brought them to Councillor Taddison, all of them are about road safety. So a remedy for road safety should happen to the road, not to the tree. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Cratch. Councillor Clark, please.
And I guess we're all getting there in different ways. So this was defeated. If you lift that motion, now that motion's on the floor for discussion. If it gets defeated, then the councillor can put a different motion forward. That's the way it's been in the past. This was defeated. If Councillor Taddison wants to ask traffic management to do a study on road safety in this area, specifically around the crest of the hill, that would be in order, separate from this being lifted. This was already defeated. So unless we want to debate the tree again, a separate motion would come forward under notices of motion or motions.
I'm just awaiting the clerks.
Through the mayor. So this is being lifted so it can be referred back to staff. It keeps the decision live so that if the decision were still to come back, sorry, I wasn't at this committee meeting, you can't refer back a motion that has already been defeated. By lifting the motion, you can refer it back to staff, and then the original recommendation can still come back if that is staff's recommendation. Staff cannot bring back the same recommendation if council has already defeated it. That's why there's a motion to refer it back to staff.
Okay, so just now to be clear, in terms of the process that I have to walk us all through, blindly, frankly, is we are now still debating then the motion that, as Councillor Clark identified, has already been defeated.
Yes, and I can
committee.
share it if committee wishes.
I'm sorry?
Through the mayor, I can share it if committee wishes to see the original motion that's on the floor.
Which would have been the one that Councillor Taddison read out. Please do. Members of this committee will have already dealt with this issue at committee. So this is the motion that was defeated, and it's now back on the floor of council to be considered. All right. Councillor Clark, Councillor Jackson, you were both identifying the problems with this. As the chair, I don't want to Bigfoot anybody. I want to make sure we understand the process and uphold it in a way that we all feel like we're doing the appropriate thing.
I think you have several in front of me.
Okay, that's fine. We'll continue on then. Councillor Clark, anything further? Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, and to my colleagues at Public Works, certainly I spoke very clearly on the original motion in terms of not supporting trees being removed at the cost, city trees being removed at the cost of city for reasons that aren't recommended or supported by our existing policies by staff. However, when Councillor Tattison showed me a video of driving along the road at Trinity Church and coming to the residence at 1415, coming down a hill at night, it is very clear and evident that there is a safety concern for the resident to turn into their driveway. And that deserves another scan, and he's appropriately sought out the input of Public Works staff who have agreed with providing direction and enabling this to go back to staff to review from a traffic safety perspective, but hopefully, most importantly, giving this resident some clarity about what they should be doing on their property in order to accommodate their safe turning. There is sightline issues, especially at night, and the proximity of the driveway to the roadway at the base of the hill is, in my non-technical assessment, a challenge. Let's get a technical assessment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, and I don't want to reiterate the comprehensive debate at Public Works, but through you, could I just ask staff what traffic safety evaluation has already been done in the context of the request to remove the tree?
GM Khan, please.
Through the chair, Carl Alcan, General Manager of Public Works, Acting Director Mike Fields, he's on the line, and he will be able to give us more detail on the work that was done and the work that is suggested.
Acting Director Fields, please.
Through the Mayor, Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. At the request of Environmental Services relating to the removal of the tree, roadway safety staff attended the site on February 2nd, and they assessed the sightline concerns with the trees themselves. While we were there, we also looked at sightline issues related to the grade change on the road, Trinity Church Road, and determined what the councillor actually read out a bit earlier about how the driveway is within a braking distance tolerance of 85 meters at 75 meters from the crest of the hill. And with that, we are proceeding with installing a hidden driveway sign to deal with that issue. In the review of the tree, the setback of the tree fell within the parameters required by the Canadian Geometric Guide for Canadian Roadways. So to answer the question, sorry for the long-winded response. We reviewed the sightlines, the tree concerns, and we looked at the operation of the roadway related to the grade of the roadway and the location of the driveway.
Thanks, Councillor Danko.
So to be clear, the issue is the speed of the roadway, the location of the driveway, but those are irrelevant and separate from the issue of the tree.
Director Field.
To the Mayor, that's correct. Those are separate issues. We cleared the sightline issues with the trees, so those trees are set back further than what is required under the Canadian Geometric Guide for Canadian Roads. So we don't believe that there's a sightline issue created by the trees. So that is defined and dealt with. And then we looked at the sightline issues related to the grade of the roadway and the position of the driveway.
Thank you. So just to summarize, this was defeated at Public Works Committee because staff had already done a comprehensive review. It's a healthy tree. The tree has nothing to do with the safety, as we just heard, of the roadway or the location of the driveway. So my preference would be to uphold the decision of committee to defeat this motion here, to not refer it back, take the tree off of the table so it's no longer an issue, and then fully support further review of traffic safety issues on Trinity Church Road, but they are completely independent of this specific request to remove the tree. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to say, originally I voted in opposition to this. In the meantime, I saw a video that was shared to me by Councillor Tattison. I personally would want this tree removed too after seeing that video, and I fully support this going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Jackson, please.
Well, Mayor Horvath, I didn't think we were going to discuss this, but since it's on the table, I'm going to get some comments out, but I will be definitely supporting Councillor Tattison's referral back. I can't remember in my years on council 8 members of Public Works who voted 8-2. I and Councillor Pauls were the only ones that supported the ward councillor at committee. I can't recall a time when 8 other members of council knew better for what's going on in Ward 11 than the new Ward 11 councillor who has generational existence through his family, and his dad used to be on regional council many years ago. I was quite flabbergasted how 8 members of council said to the Ward 11 councillor in their own way when they voted last week at Public Works, we know what's better for your constituent, Councillor Tattison, than you do. So we're not supporting the removal of that tree. Now, I wonder how many of my colleagues actually made the site visit. I did. I thought I'd go out there just to check it out for myself. There's obviously an issue with egress and entering in and out of that family's driveway. It's a sharp little bend there around the tree. Anyways, quite frankly, I was puzzled and shocked, Mayor Horwath, how 8 of my colleagues knew better what's going on in Ward 11 than the Ward 11 councillor that was elected by the constituents of Ward 11. I will be supporting his referral back to look at potentially all options. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I would just like to say that I think we have to be careful about assuming why people vote certain ways on certain items, and I would just warn council members that people vote for certain things for certain reasons, for all kinds of different reasons. So I would just be cautionary in my request, please. Councillor Beatty's next.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, initially when this came forward to Public Works, I was one of the members of the committee that voted against the motion. As I understood it initially, it was to do with the removal of a tree, and it wasn't necessarily evident at the time that this really was a safety issue. Since then, I have had an opportunity to go out to the site, and I have been on that road many times. I'm very familiar with the road, and I've seen what was displayed by my council colleague as to the road safety issue. My support will be, of course, to refer this back, but I am concerned that if we defeat the motion, and it's entirely that we disallow any future reporting that may come back that may involve the tree. If we say, no, the tree can't come out, or essentially any future report that may come back from staff that for whatever reason may involve the tree, we've signaled that that particular tree, that one tree, cannot be removed ever. That's my understanding if we defeat this. And then any reporting that comes back that may say, oh, you know what, maybe it should come out. Are we tying the hands of our staff in any future outcome that may have a direct effect on road safety in that community? And that's my concern about defeating it.
Thanks, Councillor Beatty. I take that was a rhetorical question.
Yes, it was.
Thanks very much. Okay, first-time speakers have expired. I go back to Councillor Tattison, who's on the list.
I guess what I'm appealing to here is common sense. If you move the driveway further south down the road, as cars travel down the road, am I out of order? Sorry. As cars travel down the road, come over the hill, if the driveway's further down the hill, they have further distance to stop, making it safer for the resident to turn into her driveway who might happen to be waiting there because of an onslaught of traffic coming from Bimbrook traveling north. It just behooves me to understand how people can't see that simply moving that driveway further down her property towards her property line is not safer for her. I completely understand the residents' concerns.
So I think it's in order for your referral with instructions.
So what I'll say then is I'm going to move this, seconded by Councillor Nan, that the motion respecting removal of the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church, Hamilton, Ward 11, 12.1, be referred to Public Works staff to prepare a report following a review of the traffic safety considerations related to 1415 Trinity Church Road as it relates to speed compliance matters and the placement of the driveway adjacent to a downhill portion of the roadway.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor, this referral with instructions is moved by Councillor Taddison and seconded by Councillor Nan. Are there any, is there any discussion around the instructions? Seeing none? Oh, you want to see on the screen? Okay. Can we have that put up on the screen? Thanks, Councillor Crutch. That the motion respecting removal of the city-owned tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Hamilton, Ward 11, item 12.1 be referred to Public Works staff to prepare a report following a review of the traffic safety considerations related to 1415 Trinity Church as it relates to speed compliance and to the placement of the driveway adjacent to a downhill portion of the roadway. Okay, that's before us then. Seeing no speakers to the instructions, we'll take the vote, please. Sure, Councillor Danko, on the instructions?
On the instructions, I'm not sure it's clear that it is reviewing Trinity Church Road, not just this specific driveway.
Can we put it back up, please, clerk?
So is the intention to review traffic safety on Trinity Church Road, or is the intention only to review this specific driveway? Because if it's only the specific driveway, I'm not in favor. If it's the road, absolutely.
Councillor Taddison?
What I have in front of me, Councillor, says to prepare a report following review of the traffic safety considerations related to 1415 Trinity Church Road as it relates to speed compliance matters and the placement of the driveway adjacent to a downhill portion of the roadway. It's this particular section of the road, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Can we have that vote back up, please? I don't know where we ended up. That carries 13 to 1. Thanks very much. Now, where are we? I believe that we're on the balance of the report, if I'm not mistaken, unless there are any other items that council members would like to speak to separately. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. If I can, on behalf of Councillor Huang and myself, item 6, I'll speak for myself, but it encompasses both our wards, the appropriation of transfer of funds for Kenilworth Transmission Water Main Renewal. I just want to thank our new Director of Engineering, Jackie Kennedy, under the leadership of General Manager Carlisle Can, and also Senior Director of Hamilton Water, Nick Winters. I really appreciate this proactive move upon further consultants' evaluation of the Kenilworth Trunk Water Main. Rehabilitation they felt was in order. The bid, unfortunately, came in higher than what had been budgeted for. So this matter is to get council's ratification, support from Public Works to transfer almost $2.5 million to add to the original $3.5 million so that we can get on with rehabbing the Kenilworth Trunk Water Main that primarily provides pristine Hamilton water to the entire mountain community, and I'll speak parochially specifically for my residents of the East Mountains. So I'm very grateful. This work is much in order, and it kind of piggybacks on the work the last term of council approved by removing contaminated soil around the perimeter of the Kenilworth Reservoir as well. Thank you, Mayor Horwath. Strongly supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. See no further comments. So then on the balance of the report, which was moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Taddison. Yeah, Councillor Taddison. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. We're now on to item 6.3, the Planning Committee Report 23-003, February 14th, 2023. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the Planning Committee Report 23-003, being the meeting held on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much, Councillor Danko. I don't see any other speakers on the list to this particular report, but we have a vote, I guess, to put it on the table. No. I would like to speak to this report as well. So can I have Councillor Jackson was first on the list. I'll speak to it at the end. Okay. All right. So can I ask Councillor Nan, as I guess your deputy now, I'm sorry, I was calling on Councillor Danko. I'm just used to calling on Councillor Danko.
No worries.
So if you don't mind taking the chair.
Certainly, go ahead.
I would like to speak to the recommendation around that the committee does not endorse the housing pledge. So it's item 10. And so I have an amendment to item 10 that I'd like to put forward and then speak to, if that's in order. Why are we shaking our heads no?
Is there an issue, Clerk?
Through the chair, so the motion before council is that council does not endorse. And I believe the mayor wanted to speak to voting on that first prior to talking about her amendment.
So lift it?
Okay, so then the procedural path here, Clerk, would be item 10, can be spoken to by any member of council.
Can be spoken to by the mayor. I believe the mayor wanted to speak to why she thought that motion should or should not carry. Prior to introducing a motion, hang on a minute.
We're almost there, folks. Just getting a little bit of procedural clarity. Bear with us.
Okay. But if that's a clear way to do it, all right.
Okay. Mayor, please.
So moving forward on this, what I do not want to see as us not endorse the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Municipal Housing Pledge. Instead, I'd like the recommendation to fail so that I can then put forward the original staff recommendation to be approved and the letter to be amended to seek to. So there's an amendment that I would ask for the staff pledge that they put before committee. So with that in mind, Chair.
So we've heard from the mayor about what the mayor is aiming to accomplish through council dialogue today. Procedurally speaking, item 10 is on the floor. Speakers list is open. Colleagues who'd like to speak, the mayor is completed at this point. So there'll be opportunity for anyone to come on as first time and second time on this item, as well as asking questions.
So I can't speak to I can't speak to it myself first?
Well, it hasn't been.
Through the chair, you can still speak to the motion that is before committee of council.
Okay.
Item 10.
I'll get on the list
Okay.
then.
Yes, Councillor. Point of order?
Yeah, it's a point of procedural. I'm talking about what says in the procedural bylaw. My understanding is that we have to lift these things out of the agenda. Like, we had to do it for a council. I've had to do these kinds of things. We don't have to lift an item out. We can just
No, Councillor.
vote on it
When
separately.
a report has been moved and seconded of a standing committee, all council colleagues are entitled to speak to any item in the report. The mayor is seeking to speak to the item number 10. That's what's happening right now. In order to make any changes to the recommendation in the report, then it's appropriate for any member of council to move an amending motion, is my understanding, and it does not require lifting. It can be put forward as an amending motion to the item.
Through the chair.
Clerk, did I get that right?
Through the chair, there's only a motion to lift required if the item is in the information section.
Oh, I see. So
This is not in the information section, so that's why there isn't a motion to lift first.
Clear, Councillor?
Now, yes, thank you.
Excellent, yay. So point of order has been dealt with. Back to the speakers list. We have the mayor, then Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Danko, then Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair Nan. I appreciate that. I want to first and foremost say that, like many of the people on the Planning Committee and pretty much everybody around this table, because we know we've already dealt with Bill 23 and we have a solid, unanimous kind of position around that. But I'm concerned that if we go ahead and basically thumb our nose at the government, that will not serve the people of the city of Hamilton well when it comes to what might be coming down the pike with further changes and or opportunities to receive some financial support on things like making our city whole when it comes to development charge changes, when it comes to infrastructure needs and funding, when it comes to negotiating the position of the city of Hamilton with the current government. Folks will know I've got some experience with the government, and what I would really love to be able to be in a position to do is have conversations with the government that doesn't feel like it's just been, given a black eye by the city of Hamilton. I get the politics. I know that politics was a big part of the conversation around why we wouldn't want to sign the pledge, and of course I've heard from staff that there's some uncertainties as to exactly what this pledge might be used for. At the end of the day, it doesn't appear that there's anything at this point that's legislative that refers to this pledge. That might change, that might not change. The amendment that I'd like to be able to bring forward simply changes the wording a little bit to make it less, well, you'll see that if we get past this part. But I really do, as the mayor, think that it's our job, yes, to make the political statements, and yes, to fight for our urban boundary to be kept tight, and yes, to keep our greenbelt, intact. But we also do have a responsibility to the people of Hamilton to build more housing and to find ways to expedite some of the work that we all know has been taking a long time, not only in our municipality but otherwise in terms of development. We all, I think, agree that there is in fact a housing crisis, and I think that we've had great discussions around the breadth of that crisis in terms of everything from supportive housing and transitional housing and social housing and affordable rental housing that's purpose-built, rental housing that's purpose-built, missing middle housing, like the kinds of housing that people can actually attain, so attainable housing in terms of affordability, things like the semis and the duplexes and the townhouses and those kinds of units that help people get their foot into the market, the starter home type of housing. All of those things are desperately needed in our city. And I want to, as mayor, be able to go to the provincial government and say, we have some serious concerns here. You need to help us address all of these pieces of our housing crisis, including some of the other ministries, like the Ministry of Health, which we've already tried to get some help on in terms of the supportive housing piece. And so I just wanted to let the council know that my preference as the mayor would be to sign the pledge with a small amendment and to be able to have a working relationship with the government that holds all the purse strings. So thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. First up, we have Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. I'm so glad Mayor Horvath raised this. This was one of the items on the planning agenda that I was going to ask to speak to very briefly since I'm not on planning committee. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to General Manager Thorne, the statement basically says that Council does not endorse the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing's Municipal Housing Pledge. Can I just ask you for clarity, since I'm not on committee, what was staff's recommendation, please, or was this staff's recommendation that committee endorsed? Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So there was a staff report at committee, and there was a staff recommendation. Staff had prepared a draft housing pledge that outlined a pledge that we think met the requirements of what the province was looking for, and the staff recommendation at Planning Committee was that pledge be endorsed and be submitted to the minister.
Thank you for that clarity, General Manager Thorne. That helps me even further to support where Mayor Horvath wishes to go, depending on the outcome of Deputy Mayor Nan of this particular item 10 that's before us. So obviously committee, if you will, overturned staff's recommendation and decided instead to go forward not to endorse the minister's pledge. And that's why we're having this debate, which I think is absolutely timely and in order. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair Nan, and I do appreciate the discussion around this, and especially appreciate Mayor Horvath's perspective on this, having a long-standing position in the provincial government and relationships at the provincial level. However, we did have a fairly robust discussion on this at Planning Committee, and subsequent to that, I think I just want to highlight for Council that London did sign the pledge and was immediately used by the minister to promote the government's destructive and harmful policies, like right away. And I think that was the reason why Planning Committee said, no, we don't want to have any part of this. So, just to reiterate, and again, the provincial government is using this pledge to confuse and obfuscate their actual policies. So the City of Hamilton is 100% fully committed to meeting the provincial growth targets, to meeting the provincial population projections, to build the houses that are, or to facilitate the construction of the houses that are necessary for a growing community. But by signing this pledge, we are basically going to be used to endorse the provincial policies, and again, I don't want to have any part of that. If there is a desire to sign the pledge, then the pledge should be amended to reflect the actual growth policies that we are required to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor A. Wilson. Oh, my apologies. I misread the list in front of my eyes. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor A. Wilson, and then Councillor Crutch.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the city manager a question? Has she been in touch with other city managers with regards to this particular item, and is there an indication generally as to where municipalities are going? Because I haven't seen the papers indicating opposition to this.
Thank you. Over to City Manager.
Thank you through the mayor to council. So I did, because I was curious, and reached out to the CAOs that are part of the Big City Mayors Group and asked. There is a small number who have approved their pledges already, and they've put language in similar about seek to and be very clear about what the municipality's role is versus the developers who build. And for those that haven't, they're all planning to take theirs later this month or early March. They are all recommending to sign the pledge, and at this point in time, they haven't indicated any indication that it won't be passed by their council, but they won't know for sure till they table it.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. This is a tough one because it's not a regulation as yet, and I understand that. There may be a regulation coming. The mayor is fully aware as to how that place works, and it could be coming. But what I do know is partisan politics can be very challenging. And even though we have disagreed with Bill 23 and Bill 109 and a list of other regulations and policies, we have done it in a diplomatic manner. We have done it government to government with respect for the institution, the office, and their decision. It was their decision. The challenge that I have, knowing politics in the manner that I do, is that if we oppose signing a simple pledge, regardless of how they're going to use that pledge, the ramifications can be quite serious. And we need to be aware of it. We have a land ambulance funding with them. It's supposed to be 50-50, an agreement that was made through the Land Ambulance Implementation Task Force with AMO and the province. But if you go across the province, it is not 50-50 in many municipalities, even though that agreement says 50-50. We have an LRT process that is out for an RFP, and we know already that the costs for the LRT has just increased based on what we've been experiencing here for our roads. We know we have an MOU with them, but we also know that the MOU is not binding on either party. So should those fees come in much larger than they were, and we object and make a big public statement about a pledge on housing, would they be so inclined as to say, you know what, we're going to live up to the MOU and we're going to give you that extra $1 billion? I'm not convinced, because I've seen these things happen. We have transit issues. We have community and social services, we have a number of agreements that we're trying to get funding for from the province of Ontario. They passed Bill 23, we commented, we didn't like it. They passed, we have done everything that we can in our political domain to respectfully say, this is wrong, and by the way, here's what the costs are going to be if you proceed. This is a pledge. They're asking us to sign the pledge. What they do with the pledge, I don't really care what they do with the pledge. At the end of the day, our community, we're going to try to get as many houses built as we can, varying degrees, and with intensification. Perhaps not as intensified as some developers would like in some communities, but with intensification. We're going to do that. But I caution my colleagues around the table, and I can't tell you what to do. I'm going to oppose the opposition to that pledge, and I'm going to support Mayor Horwath's amendment because it's the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor. That brings it to your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Councillor A. Wilson.
Okay, we're over here. Just flagging that there's a microphone issue over there with the clerks. I'm going to be speaking against this motion to change our stance at Planning Committee today. I think what we're hearing is that what I'm hearing at this table is that by participating in this pledge, there might be a fear of retribution on other provincial actions. And I think when we talk about why Planning Committee originally made this very strong recommendation to vote down the pledge, it was not because we disagree with building housing, it's because we disagree with participating in political theater. It's because we disagree with making things less clear. to our constituents and to the public. The province is asking us to play a game that has no housing attached to it, that is not regulated, and by doing so, I really worry that we're taking a step away from transparency. We're taking a step away from accountability, and we're leaning into a play, like a make-believe situation that is just not real. And I think it's not rude, it is not bad government-to-government relations to speak honestly and to tell our constituents what is happening and why we are not able to participate in something. I worry that by following this train of logic to the end, we essentially have to say yes to whatever the province says if they just keep asking it enough times. If we're worried about retribution on other files because of this, that is deeply concerning. That means that we do not live in a democracy. That means that we live in this, you know, Doug Ford's Ontario. So if we're worried about those things, we should speak clearly to what our concerns are. We should tell our constituents what our concerns are, and we should work with the public just as much as we want to play nice with the province. And so I think we have a responsibility to speak honestly, and not that I think signing on to the pledge, I agree, it's really nothing. It's a big nothing pledge. And so as a result of it being nothing, I think we should say that. So I'll be continuing to vote consistently as I did with Planning Committee, but I do appreciate the chance to have some deliberation and discussion on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Cassar, and then Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks. I think that, I think we have to be careful with how we characterize all this. And, I don't think that when I voted against this, I did it for the exact same reasons that Councillor Alice Wilson stated, because I think it's obvious political theater. London's pledge was used in that exact way. And I don't think it's thumbing our nose. I don't think we're giving anyone a black eye. I don't think it's disrespectful to the institution in the office or inappropriate for us to do this. I want to flag all those statements. I don't think that's what's happening here. I think here we have a right to disagree and say that, I think this is not something we should be doing. It sets a very dangerous precedent. If there's a regulation coming, let the regulation come. Let the regulation come, and then we can say, oh, great, there's a regulation in the law. There's actual legislation that says we have to produce this pledge. When I wrote to staff and asked this question, they said that the municipal target itself wasn't even in the legislation. So we're responding to a pledge about a target that's not even in the legislation. That's a level of kind of informality we're dealing with here. Go to the place where you make decisions at the province, put the law on the table, get it approved, and happily we will submit a pledge. Otherwise, I think, again, the precedent we're setting is very dangerous in responding to these one-off pledges, and then we can start receiving them from every minister about everything that can be used to start telling our government what we're doing. And clearly, I want to say, this has got nothing to do with how much housing we're going to build in the city, what our dedications are to affordable housing, and what our responsibility is to our citizens. So I just want to leave all that rhetoric aside and say, this is exactly why I'm doing this. I think this really clearly stated the reason we've done it. I think we have to also be really careful about describing motivations to why we make these decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Cassar.
It's really unfortunate, Mayor, that we have to spend so much time on not actually moving this work forward, because we all agree that we need more housing. The province says we need more housing. We agree we need more housing. We've heard many times there's more than 32,000 units already in the pipeline. But what is also unfortunate is the steps that the provincial government has taken are actually working against us being able to build the housing unit quantities that they are asking us to pledge to. They've reduced minimum density requirements. They've opened up more land, which is going to just facilitate more sprawl. That affects the quality of life, which isn't even being considered here. Sure, we need more units, but we also need them to facilitate a vibrant community where people don't have to drive everywhere. We've also seen provincial funding drive up for full affordable housing. We've talked about that in previous meetings over the past few weeks. So I understand the council here and the proposed amendment here, and to fill this pledge and make this pledge official. If we include statements in there about how the province is actually working against the pledge that they want us to make, and all those things I mentioned, and we state those clearly, then maybe I could get behind that, because those are realities that are actually affecting our ability to do what they want us to do.
So, that's what I'm struggling with. It's unfortunate. I think we can't hear what the amendment is. What I would like to see, if we are going to move ahead and if there's a will of council to have a pledge, is to take it offline and build in some of these things, these caveats that are getting in the way of us building them, so we can be very clear. Yes, we support building that number of housing units, but these are the barriers that are in the way. And if the province continues to say they want to work with us, which is in every letter from the minister, then they actually really need to do that, because that's not what's happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think in the absence of some creative entrepreneurial statement that Councillor Cassar is alluding to, we need to vote against this motion. Just for clarity, I thought today was Anti-Bullying Day. Is that true? I think it is. Anyhow, I don't appreciate the kind of games that are being played. The fear I have, of course, when we make predictions about the difficulties and how some of the policies are disadvantageous fiscally to the city. We've had an immense citizen engagement around urban boundaries, and I think a strong desire across the width and breadth of our city to attempt to embrace in new ways what it means to build a strong, healthy, caring community, democratic community that respects the need for local planning and local control of within reason, the kind of community that we want to build. So I'm not happy about the kind of stuff that's going on, and my fear is that municipalities are being set up to create the impression that we're all in harmony with what the province is doing. And gosh golly gee, if we fail, then it's going to be all the municipalities' fault rather than some of the difficulties around demographic projections and extending from 10 years to 30 years. So I'm going to oppose the motion unless and until I see a substantive statement that would allow us to embrace what we all want to embrace, and that's building more homes within a fixed urban boundary, and do that in as thoughtful and as proactive and as visible a way to our constituents as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have our second-time speakers list. First up is the mayor, and then followed by Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nan. I do want to say that I do very much appreciate the concerns that councillors have brought to the table in terms of this discussion, but I think it's really clear that we can't tell the province what to do. We have no influence on how the province chooses to move forward or not, but we do have an obligation to the people of Hamilton to always be in their corner fighting for the things that they need. And what I would be concerned about is if we do things that reduce our chances of winning those battles on behalf of the people of Hamilton, and that's my continuous focus. I'm not sure if people have actually read word for word the recommendation, the recommended pledge, but it does speak to all of the principles that we've all already talked about. It speaks to the principle of intensification. It speaks to the planning processes, it speaks to the transit pieces, it speaks to zoning, it speaks to all of the things that we all agree are the way that we responsibly accommodate more housing in our city. It also talks about sustainability, it talks about the roadmap that we're going to be dealing with, it talks about changing of processes and tracking of progress, engaging the other levels of government. Oh, let me say that one again. Engaging the other levels of government. It talks about monitoring, as I said, of progress. What it also does, though, the very last piece of this pledge, is that it comes with the recognition that there are factors outside the city's control which will influence progress towards the target, that the rate at which housing can be brought to market will be influenced by economic factors, labor markets, and changes to the legislative landscape with this government or a future government, frankly, because we're talking about 2031, and other factors that have potential to influence both private and municipal housing and supporting projects. When I read this staff report, I was surprised later to find out that, in fact, the planning committee had decided that this was going to be a political response as opposed to a pragmatic response that I think would benefit our work in terms of the housing piece. Now, that's obviously, there's a difference of opinion around the table. But just to clarify the possibility of an amendment, should we get to that point, there's only two small words. Instead of saying Hamilton will meet the challenge through municipal policy, my amendment would be Hamilton will seek to meet the challenge. With those comments in mind, I would ask members of council to really consider whether this is, why we are playing in the theater, because it seems to me that the political theater that has been spoken about is exactly what we're doing. We're playing into the political theater that's being certainly promoted, and some people would say, by the provincial government. What I would say is we have an opportunity to go back to being pragmatic, to approving the staff report, and to getting on with the important work of building housing in our community in a way that we can do so with the engagement of other levels of government, both federal and provincial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
I just wanted to thank the mayor for her motion because what I see the motion as is reasonable and pragmatic, and one could assess strategically political. We're being very careful with the language that we're sending back to the province. And I would encourage my colleagues to consider that. We've all seen the motion. I think it very wisely puts options back that fairly represents and reasonably represents this municipality's concerns while still participating in this pledge process. Thank you.
Thank you. So that exhausts our speakers list. If I can come back to procedure, then clerk, we have the item as it is in the report before us. Nobody has moved to lift it. We've only had speaking on an existing item on the item, and there's no motion that has been moved and seconded. Did I get that right?
To the chair, so Mayor Horvath is requesting a vote on this, and on this item 10, she was requesting that it fail so that she can place her amending motion on the floor.
Got it.
That is the request. I'm happy to display the original motion so everybody's clear on what they're voting on and which way.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Deputy Mayor Nan, to follow your line of procedural thinking, so I want to be clear for myself, to get the mayor's motion on the floor through you to city clerk, I need to vote against item 10. Is that correct, through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
And just so I'm really clear, so we can speak to any number on the report, we didn't need to lift it. We're about to separate out a vote on item 10, which has been moved and seconded in terms of the overall report recommendations. So it's under the overall report recommendations being moved and seconded that this item is being voted on separately. Got it. Thank you. Okay. So we're gonna, oh, Councillor McMeekin, sorry.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the vote we're being asked to take is predicated on embracing a subsequent motion by Her Worship, which I respect. I want to suggest that it might be appropriate to see the amending motion so we know what territory we're moving into. I don't want to necessarily cast a vote in the absence of a bit of a reality check about what is potentially pending. I wonder if the mayor would consider that a reasonable thing to do at this point.
Absolutely. In fact, the clerk was going to put up the item 10, I think, and if people could see it in front of them, the only change would be to add 2 words to this, I guess technically the second paragraph of the item A. Can you go up, move up to item A, please?
If I, through the chair, if I could just provide some clarity. The motion that is before council right now is item 10, which is on the report before you, which has been moved and seconded. Councillor McMeekin, the mayor is asking, her request is that this motion fail so she can put her amending motion on the floor. Her amending motion is really to adopt the Appendix B of the original report and add 2 words to it. That is why she wants this to fail.
So it would be substantially the same except for 2 words, which is instead of Hamilton will meet the challenge, Hamilton will seek to meet the challenge.
Okay. So colleagues are clear that the committee report recommendation is before committee to consider confirming today with a yes vote or choosing to oppose it by voting no. And the request by the mayor is to vote no in order to bring forward an amending motion.
Madam Chair, are we putting on the vote for the original motion right now? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that is defeated. So the direction that was in the report is defeated. Now over to you, Mayor, for your motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. The motion can be put up, I think, on the screen. It reflects very much the staff initial pledge, as was in the original report, save for that small amendment, if folks can see it. The Hamilton will seek to meet the challenge through municipal policy and process initiatives. That's the only small change, which I believe is, I think it's important to say that we'll work towards it, but without saying that we will meet the challenge.
Thank you, Mayor. That's moved by yourself and seconded by
Councillor Clark.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Speakers list is open. Anybody? Seeing none, then we'll proceed with the vote. Oh, you are seeking to be on the speakers list? Okay, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. No, I did indicate, but I guess it didn't come up. Appreciate the mayor's wise words on this matter. I think she is absolutely right that if it is political theater, why are we participating? And to Councillor Wilson's points earlier, I think that was very well said that if we don't sign this pledge, that there's political ramifications and funding ramifications for other files. I think that's clearly indicated in the minister's letter to the city, that if we don't play ball, there will be negative repercussions for the city of Hamilton. And to Councillor McMeekin's point of anti-bullying day, you know, we are being bullied into this. However, as a municipality, you know, we really have no choice. And if, you know, to the mayor's point, that we need to go along with this so that we are not singled out, or some of those ramifications don't come to pass, you know, I'll heed that for her long advice and, her extensive experience at the provincial level. However, Councillor Cassar had a couple points about this being the province's policies making it actually more difficult to reach the goal that they are then making us pledge to meet, in terms of reduced densities, in terms of more sprawl being larger houses that are more expensive. So through you, Mayor, or I guess Chair Nan, question to staff. I believe the original staff recommendation clearly states that we are developing within the former urban boundary and excluding the greenbelt lands. So can I just be clear that that is part of what we are pledging to do?
Certainly. Over to General Manager Thorne.
Yeah, so through the chair, so I'll read directly from the housing pledge. It's the second sentence of the first paragraph, which states that the city of Hamilton accepts the challenge of building 47,000 housing units by 2031 and continuing council's direction for growth through intensification.
So I'm just recalling back to Planning Committee, when we originally considered this, there was also consideration that we would specifically spell out the city's position that this intensification growth would be within the former urban boundary, excluding the greenbelt lands, which is what this council unanimously passed as our foundation for development growth. So if that's not specifically in the pledge, I would make an amendment to specifically spell that out.
Okay, just to get clarity, General Manager Thorne, it's not explicitly spelled out in the report that's before us, and that is being amended by the mayor?
So through the chair, I was just double checking. I think the references in the pledge speak to through intensification, which I would say is planner speak for within the existing urban boundary, and through infill intensification. If council wishes to make that more explicit, they can. But that was the intent of including that language in the pledge.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor McMeekin, your mic is live. Okay, Councillor Danko.
So then I would suggest that the amendment would be through intensification within the former urban boundary, excluding greenbelt lands.
Okay, so we do already have an amending motion that is on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Are you seeking a friendly?
Friendly, or I could put it on the table as a standalone amendment.
As a standalone amendment? Okay, so just looking for procedural clarity here. Clerk?
An amendment to the amendment.
To the chair, if Mayor Horvath sees it as a friendly amendment, separate vote isn't required. However, if she does not see it as one, then a separate amending motion would be required.
Thank you. So at this point, I guess I have to go.
Can I get exactly what it is that you want to put, amend? Through intensification within the former urban boundary and not the green belt lands?
Excluding greenbelt lands.
Okay. Okay, that's been accepted as a friendly. Councillor Danko, anything further?
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just one comment that I feel think is necessary to make. I don't know. We talked earlier about assuming people's reasoning for voting or talking a certain way. I don't know that in this pledge I see anything where it exactly states that the minister is going to do something to negatively impact our city. So I don't know that we should assume that. And if we're talking about political theater, I think we're either on board with the pledge or we're not. But assuming that if you read through the pledge, you can assume that the provincial government's going to come down with a hammer on the city of Hamilton is no different than the concern we had earlier on about a committee vote. So to me, if we're doing this because we think it's in the best interest of the city and our constituents, I think that's good. But I don't believe that we should be voting because people here assume that the minister in this pledge has said that he's going to negatively come down on the city if we don't. I think it's good practice. I think we should sign on to the pledge. But I don't see anything in this pledge, Mayor or Chair, that states that the government is going to come down negatively on here. We're signing the pledge, or at least I am, agreeing to sign this pledge because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor McMeekin, and then I'd like to add myself to the list.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to assume any specific poor intent on the part of the province. But I think in fairness, we need to point out that I didn't assume that they would ignore the broad-based indication from our citizens and the unanimous endorsement of working to meet housing targets within urban boundaries either. So, history doesn't necessarily have to repeat itself, but it does tend to rhyme more often than not. That having been said, I think this conversation has been profoundly helpful in terms of gathering a glimpse and being able to share that glimpse with the people we have the privilege of representing. I'm appreciative of both the mayor's initiative, even though I voted opposite to her, I think, in the previous motion. But given the circumstances, I think somebody said, if you can't change your mind, you can't change anything. I appreciate the mayor adding the word seek, and I do appreciate that. And I'm profoundly appreciative of Councillor Danko's hybrid amendment about referencing the confirmed by Planner Thorne that we can do that. So I will vote to support the mayor and her intent to move us forward on this, and would just suggest, and it may be difficult for some, that if we're going to do this, it would be nice to be perceived as being in solidarity with the initiative of the mayor as amended by Councillor Danko. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McKeegan. So I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Danko as previous deputy mayor.
You have the floor.
Thank you, and I appreciate the amendment to seek to, as well as the amendment to put it squarely within intensification targets of our, in terms of being aligned with the public whom we represent, as Councillor A. Wilson pointed out. Putting that right into our pledge keeps us consistent with our residents, while also making it clear that we are on track. Right, we are working diligently towards our housing targets. We are very clear about the housing need in our community. We are constantly looking for ways to find investment, make investment, and work with partners to deliver the housing that our residents need. And so if this government, provincial government, wants to use our pledge to track our progress, so be it. Let the record show how well Hamilton is going to perform in meeting the housing needs of our city. Thank you. I'll take back the chair. It's been duly moved and seconded. The amendment is before committee or council for approval. Thank you. Affirming vote from Councillor McMeekin. And that carries. Over to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Well, now we're on the balance of the Planning Committee report. Are there any other, is there any other discussion? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. Just a question through you to General Manager Thorne. If I could just bundle together my question for items 12, 13, I think there's a typo in there that shows 2 13s and 14. Does clerk want to clarify, please? It's been fixed, thank you. Okay, so I will presume, Mayor Horwath, 12, 13, 14, and 15, they're all about appeals for decisions either council didn't make in time or the applicant developer did not like council's decision, appealing to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Just asking through to General Manager Thorne if that's the case. And I think sadly over the last 2 or 3 years, our victory margin at the OLT, it leaves a lot to be desired. No disrespect to both planning and legal staff that attend on council's behalf, but maybe the general manager can just give me an idea as to why these 4 are being appealed at this time. Through you, Mayor, please.
General Manager Thorne.
Yes, through the chair, I could kind of speak to the type of appeal. I can't speak unless we go in camera in terms of the substance of the applications or what the direction was given, but certainly the type of the appeal. So I think the council was referring to the last 4 items, so I'll start with item 12, which relates to Lovers Lane. This was a motion at Planning Committee directing an appeal of a Committee of Adjustment decision, so that would actually be if it's approved today, that would actually be the city appealing a C of A decision. Item 13, as it notes in the report, this is an appeal for a lack of decision. So it's what we commonly call a non-decision appeal. Of the items on this agenda, that's the only one that's a non-decision appeal. Okay. Item 14, again, as it notes in the title of the item in the Planning Committee report, this relates to an individual landowner who had appealed the downtown secondary plan back in 2018, I believe it was. There was a number of site-specific appeals of the downtown secondary plan. This is actually the last remaining appeal that report is related to. And then the final item on the list, item 15 by my notes, again, what it notes here, it's an appeal to the OLT for a refusal. So what that means is that council would have refused an application and the applicant would have appealed.
Thank you very much for public consumption, General Manager Thorne, explaining what the 4 appeal items are and why and the genesis of them. Could I just ask lastly, Mayor Horwath, through you to General Manager Thorne and or City Solicitor Shields, all I need is an affirmative. Hopefully we're, with this new council, keeping a track record of the number of times we have to go to the OLT and what our success or non-success rate is. Can I just get an affirmative through you, Mayor Horwath,
Thanks,
please?
Councillor Jackson. City Solicitor Shields.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. Yes, we do. Councillor Jackson.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers then on the balance of the report, the Planning Committee report. Thank you. Can you please record your votes? That carries 14-0. I'm wondering, committee members or council members rather, whether there's a desire to have a quick break or half an hour break or so for lunch and nature. nature break. So we are now at 12:15, I believe, or sorry, 12:30 almost, so we'll come back at 12:45? What time is it? 12:25, so 12:45. Oh, sorry, 1 o'clock. Sorry, 1 o'clock. I'm used to the 15-minute breaks. I guess we need a motion to recess for almost 35 minutes. Thanks. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Thanks, everybody. Convene, we have quorum. Excellent, excellent. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, we are now on to item 6.4. General Issues Committee Report 23007, February 15th, 2023. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Certainly, that the General Issues Committee Report 23-007, being the meeting that was held on Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor A. Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on the report, councillors? Seeing none, can we then go to the vote, please? Thank you. That carries 13-0. Thank you. Item 6.5, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 23-003, February 16th, 2023. Councillor Crutch, may I please have the motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report?
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tammy Huang that the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee Report 23-003, being the meeting held on Thursday, February 16th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you so much. Are there any items within the report that members of council would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is it worth having some discussion on the fraud and waste annual report? I thought that was a instructive piece of information. I've asked the chair.
Your colleagues who spoke to it at committee think that it's been quite thoroughly discussed, but you're welcome, of course, to make some comments if you like.
Well, what's the, okay, thanks. What's the plan to fix the problems that we have?
Well, I will send that over to the city manager, if that's okay, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, that's great, thanks.
Thank you, and through the mayor to council. So when we get this report, and of course, it's also reporting on some audits that have come before council before. Certainly in some of the ones that have been mentioned, we already have management action plans that have been presented to Audit, Finance, and Admin, and the work is underway by the accountable GM to do that. There are themes that we've heard before and seen in this related to staff not always fully understand conflict of interest provisions in the code of conduct to recognize what they should do, how to put a mitigation plan together with your supervisor, etc. So Executive Director Fontana, with the support of the senior leadership team, is doing some training across the entire corporation, but doing some intensive training in the areas where we found that in the audit around conflict of interest, acceptance of gifts, etc. And trying to think if there's others I would highlight. I think those are my main comments. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin?
So will there be some ongoing updates through the audit committee as to progress made to mitigate many of the obvious challenges that this report highlights?
City Manager Smith?
Through the chair, I'm looking at the executive director. I know for sure we're bringing a report back with some recommended changes to the code of conduct to provide more clarity, so you can expect that report. In some of the audits where there's management action plans, we're directed to come back to Audit and Finance and Admin on how we're doing on those action plans.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor McMeekin?
No, that's it.
All right, thanks very much. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. And I fully support the committee's decision with regards to the city auditor's reports and the fraud hotline. The findings were not just disappointing, but disheartening. How, management staff could contemplate that there is no conflict on these decisions is beyond me. And so we had an excellent discussion at the committee. Chair Kretsch did an admirable job, and staff will be coming back with reports in terms of how we ensure that staff are aware, or I know they have to sign their code of conduct annually, but there needs to be some understanding drilled into people's minds that this is the expectation, not just of the city manager, but the expectation of city council. And we need to push hard on that. And the other point I would make, Mayor, if I may, I'm concerned that we should, in my humble opinion, we should rename the city auditor just to the Auditor General. He's the Auditor General for the entire city. From time to time, when he's indicated that he's the city auditor, then people are thinking, well, maybe he's working for the guys who are making these silly decisions. But he's not. He's independent, and the only way we can describe him as being independent without any indication is to name him the Auditor General. So I'll speak with the chair of the committee, and at the appropriate time we may come forward with a recommendation to change that, because we need to ensure that this Auditor General, who's doing a remarkable job for this municipality, is held to the highest esteem that we hold him to. And I think that would go with the title. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kretsch, please.
I'll be brief. I wasn't wanting to speak on this item, but the city manager said something I think is really important. And it's been highlighted a couple of times publicly now, so all right, let's talk about it. This idea that people aren't sure what the conflict of interest rules are, and they require intensive training to understand what those things are. Yeah, fair. Like, has anyone read the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Like, it's not a light read or a nice time. Like, it's very confusing. And so what I would say, though, is that I think we have to find a way for council to be held to the same standards. And as I hope as the term of council carries on, there's more alignment between the things that staff are held to do and the things that we're held to do. Because if we are held to the same requirements there, it makes it a little easier for them to understand. We're leading by example, and if we're held to those kinds of, the same kinds of rules, then staff will be. So I think we have to think about how we can align those things as much as humanly possible, because it can be confusing. And I would be confused if I were staff being like, wait a minute, I'm held to these things, but then they're like not held to those. When the average person would think, oh, these all seem like fine things to be held to. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we please have then the vote on the report, please? That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. 6.6 Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-002, February 15, 2023. Councillor Clark, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee report?
Yes, Mayor, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor J.P. Danko that the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-002, being the meeting held on Thursday, February 16th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any speakers to this particular report? Councillor Clark, please.
Item number 4. It's the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters proposals. I'll read it out. It's very short. That revised report respecting the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter proposal be referred back to staff to work with the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters on the establishment of an operational plan. I don't think it's clear enough, because the indication is that that operational plan still has to come back to the committee so that we are comfortable with how that plan is working. I don't believe it was the intention of that committee to delegate that to staff and they just come back and say, okay, we've done this, here's the operational plan, and we need to understand the operational plan so that we can do value for money to ensure that what is being proposed is doable, that the residents are comfortable with it, and that the amount of money that we're spending on this is worthy of that type of effort. And I'm not saying that it isn't. I've supported this all the way through, but we need to be clean, Mayor. So I'm looking to the clerks in terms of it's on the establishment of an operational plan to be returned to
Reported back to committee?
Reported back to committee. Thank you.
So just to be clear, does that might need a motion to amend that item? So if that's what you're moving, that we add the words at the end after operational plan and report back to committee? If that would satisfy you, then we can have that happen. Clerk Holland?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, I just want to clarify, what do you want them to report back on, the operational plan or any other information?
It's the operational plan. That's what we've asked them to report back on. And it just simply wasn't captured in the writing.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? A seconder for? Oh, Councillor Crutch, second. Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Crutch, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Clark, you're finished, right? Yes. Sorry, Councillor McMeekin, and then Councillor Crutch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to make a couple general comments. I'm really amazed, frankly, as one who had some experience in the early formation of the group and subsequently watched a little bit from the sidelines with just how long this is taking. A dedicated group of folk who have an exceedingly large group of citizens throughout the community in favor, looking at a modest contribution. My own comments to the group historically have been to aim for more than 10 cabins. When I think of the kind of money that we're investing in encampment strategies and enforcement and a whole lot of other things, and I look at the proven record of the Better Tent City, Reed Cabins in Kitchener, and the fact that Waterloo has, as a region, is funding the development of a second site. By the way, an award-winning site in Kitchener, which was what the Hats Group was basing much of their thinking on. In terms of an implementation strategy, I think they've gone to some considerable length to explain much of that, and I just am sometimes just beside myself around how seemingly insolvable the situation is. People in the community want to partner with the city, and that's part of our overall housing plan to engage citizens. A lot of talk about general engagement on everything from drug control sites to housing to you name it. I think the group, by the way, has had some recent good history with fundraising and training of volunteers. At one point, it looked like the senior staff were being asked to work around site identification, and that came back. I think there were 5 sites that were identified, and then motions to change that. So I just want to let the council know straight up that our housing report says there are some 50 people in encampments, and the idea of having a safe, secure, community-based site with all kinds of protocols, police, EMS, fire, and a cadre of 100+ trained volunteers and a broad commitment across the entire spectrum of groups who'd like to get engaged in being helpful, that this isn't moving quicker. And I just hope that whatever happens, there's a focus on being sensitive to what's going on. I know at one point in the discussion about the encampment strategy overall, I asked senior staff to ensure that they would report back. I think Councillor Kretsch began by sharing a little bit about what happens in Belleville, and others talked about London, and I mentioned Kitchener and Waterloo, and the importance about learning from other municipalities. So I just want to go on the record as being profoundly concerned with how long this is taking, and I don't want to imply any motives on anybody's part, but this is a good project with broad community support that needs to be given and paid attention to. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. My question is procedural. I want to make sure I really understand what the difference and distinction is here and get it on the public record, because I think the procedural bylaw isn't quite clear about the circumstance. So earlier when Mayor Horwath put her motion forward, she was seeking to change the direction that was given at planning. And so then in that case, it was, let's defeat this, and then I'll put amending motion on. Councillor Clark, neither of these things are in the information section of these reports. That's why I'm flagging them. They're both in the same place in the reports. Now we're having another motion come forward, and Councillor Clark is amending that motion without doing this thing where we're going to seek to defeat and then amend, because it's in line with the direction already. Is that correct? It's correct. Cool. Is it say that explicitly, that kind of thing of like, if you're in a situation where you want to defeat a motion in the procedural bylaw, is it that clear?
So, through the mayor, you cannot vote on you cannot put an amendment forward that is contrary to the motion that is on the floor. Procedurally, it's not in order.
Right, so that's the issue,
Yep.
the overarching issue. Thanks, I just wanted to make sure that was out there in the public record, because we've been talking about this, and that's a helpful clarification, that the big issue here was that you can't put an amendment forward if it's contrary to the motion. Thank you so much. Those are my comments.
It's a good point. Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Clark?
I want to make it clear that the Emergency and Community Services Committee has been ultra sensitive, empathic, and compassionate about the situation in terms of homelessness and the housing crisis that we are experiencing in Hamilton. This HATS project, there have been 3 sites that came forward and then didn't pass the test. This motion, in my humble opinion, keeps this project alive. Let's get this operational plan while we're still looking for other sites so that we can find a slot to put this in. I think everyone around the Emergency and Community Services Committee table, and even our staff, would like to see this succeed. And we are being sensitive. It's not a question of a lack of sensitivity. It's a question of finding the right fit for this project. And that's what we are endeavoring to do, and we have not, at least from my perspective, I don't believe anyone has given up on this project. This keeps it alive. We'll understand exactly how it's going to operate, and hopefully we will find a site, whether or not it's municipally owned or a private site, that this initial pilot can be put in place on. So I just wanted to make it very clear. I was sensitive to some of the comments that were made.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. And as I did earlier, I think we have a lot of very sensitive issues that we discuss around the council table, and just being mindful of, of imputing motive or of in some way suggesting that some people are voting for certain things for certain reasons that might not actually be their reason. I think we just need to be really collegial and thoughtful about all of that. So I appreciate you raising it, Councillor Clark. And Councillor McMeekin for the second time.
Just quickly, I agree with your comments, Mayor, and I'm pleased that Councillor Clark, who initially, I recall, had some very positive things to say the very first meeting when the bishops and the chamber and a whole lot of other people came out in support of the HATS initiative. I just think if we're going to talk about community engagement and partnership and engaging together in wrestling with some of the salient concerns that are part and parcel of our beloved city, that we lived that. I remember a radio show where the mayor was on, and he was talking about homelessness and some of the struggles. And I remember him saying, I think on CHML, it's time for citizens to rise up and show that they care and indicate how and where and why, and they can partner to assist. And that's how I don't like everything the HATS group has particularly suggested, but I think conceptually it's not the answer, but it's certainly part and parcel of I think a positive partnership. So I want to keep it alive too, Councillor Clark, and I appreciate in particular your efforts in that regard. And Madam Mayor, I'm not suggesting anybody's motives be impugned. This is far too important an issue to simply remain quiet on, which is the only reason I'm speaking out on it. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Just to be clear then, do we need to have a formal amendment, or if that's the case, then we'll ask for the amendment. So then Councillor Clark has amended the item number 4 to read at the end of the what's before us, of an operational plan and report back to committee. That's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. With no further speakers, I would like to have people indicate their vote, please. That's okay, that carries 14-0. Thanks, everyone. Can we go now to the balance of the report? Are there any further comments or speakers to the remaining items on the report? Seeing none then, I'll ask members to indicate your vote on the report as amended. Thanks very much, all. That carries 14-0. We now have a staff report. And so I will ask Executive Director Laura Fontana on 6.7A, obligations under Employment Standards Act, HUR 23004, which will then be put to, after the staff report, will then consider it along with item 7.1. So just so folks know where we're headed on that. Executive Director Fontana, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. So this information report is in response to Council's request for a greater understanding of the city's obligations under the Employment Standards Act, and more specifically, our obligations with respect to the length of meetings and the frequency of breaks during meetings. So generally speaking, the ESA sets out the minimum standards for our workplaces in Ontario, including hours of work, rest periods, and eating periods, and it provides provisions respecting an employer's obligations to provide eating periods for employees. And in this regard, it specifically requires that employers must provide a 30-minute eating period or meal break free from work every 5 consecutive hours. As well, the ESA requires rest periods free from work where employees must receive at least 24 hours of time off during a work week for 24 hours or 48 hours off in a period of 2 consecutive work weeks. There's also provisions for overtime, for example, time and a half at regular pay for working beyond 44 hours in a week. And all of these provisions in the Employment Standards Act, if you have separate agreements, then they will, provided that they are not in contradiction or provide a lesser benefit than the ESA, those contracts or understandings, collective agreement language, letters of understanding, and so forth, those will prevail over and above the ESA. But there's also exemptions provided for in the ESA, and they're specific to elected officials and management and supervisory staff. So exemptions for managers and supervisors apply to daily or weekly limits on hours of work, daily rest periods, which are different than the meal breaks, time off between shifts, weekly and biweekly rest periods, and then the overtime pay. And having said that, the managers and supervisors are not exempt from eating periods, meaning that they must not work for more than 5 hours in a row without getting a 30-minute eating period or meal break and be free from work. And finally, the ESA speaks to the holders of elected officers or offices, such as the mayor or members of council, which are exempt from the ESA as they are not considered employees for the purposes prescribed for under the ESA. So those above-mentioned provisions then do not apply to the mayor and members of council in our circumstances. That's a brief synopsis of the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Edie Fontana. Appreciate that. Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so I'm clear, to reiterate, employment standards do not apply to elected officials. They do not apply to supervisors and managers with the exception of meal breaks, but they do apply to other staff. So through you, Mayor, can I ask whom in this room right now would the standards apply to? Would it be our clerks?
Can I just, before we have a response, I inadvertently didn't have the motion to receive the report before we started on the discussion. So if I can have a mover, Councillor Alex Wilson, thank you, seconded by Councillor Taddison, to put the report on the floor for questions, and please indicate your votes. Oh, just to put it on the floor. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
No problem. So just the question was, to whom does this apply? And I think it applies to our clerks, but I just want to make sure.
So through the chair, just to Councillor Danko, the provisions provide for to everyone in the room, save and except members of council. So they would include the clerk staff that are in attendance, as well as other employees of the city, including the senior leadership team. The meal break provisions.
Right. And just so I'm clear, it's really just the clerk staff that are obligated to be here the entirety of the meeting. Our other staff come and go as is required whenever their item is on the agenda.
General Manager Smith, please. City Manager Smith, sorry.
That's fine, thank you. Through the chair, yes, in terms of the 15-minute break, it would be the clerk staff that are required, because if we don't have clerks in the room, the meeting ceases.
Right. And then my final question, Mayor Horvath, is how have we been managing that up until now? Because just thinking back, this term I think has been pretty good. We have been taking regular breaks, but certainly last term we didn't. So how has that been managed considering the obligations?
City Manager, I don't know if you have a response to that, or?
Through the chair, I believe, but I'll get Clerk Holland to confirm that at times we do provide some people to spell the staff off so they can leave, but I'll get Clerk Holland to do that.
Clerk Holland?
Through the chair to Councillor Danko. So typically, I think we've been getting better, even towards the end of last term. I think that we would get better having structured breaks. If the meeting does go beyond 8 hours, staff do build up what we call loo time. So it's sort of time earned and then time taken at a later date. So that's how we've been covering that off.
Okay, thank you. So again, just so I'm clear that when there is instances where clerks are here for more than 8 hours, which would be beyond their regular day, that they do accrue loo time, and then that is handled through the regular employment, whatever their contract is.
Through the chair, yes, there's a HR policy around that.
HR policy. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. And following up from Councillor Danko, can I just get this clear, Executive Director Fontana? And I guess the motion we'll be dealing with. This has nothing to do with the operation of our 16 offices, correct? Through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jackson, it would apply to your staff. It does not apply to you as a member of council, but these provisions would apply to your administrative staff.
So Executive Director, the Ward 6 office has allowed much flexibility, work from home, come to City Hall, additional time off over and above regulatory vacation time, sickness, whatever the case might be, extremely flexible, fluid arrangement. You're telling me now I've got to be rigid in how I continue to move forward if I support this motion? Through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
Executive Director Fontana?
So through the chair, no, I don't think so, Councillor. I think it's quite appropriate for you to continue with your flexible arrangements. I think all of that is quite good. I think there's some minimum standards. What you are suggesting is doing over and above what's required under the Employment Standards Act. So I would suggest whatever arrangements is working for you now to continue, just to be mindful that these are the provisions, minimum provisions as provided for under the Employment Standards Act.
Thank you, Executive Director. I'll let out a big few, and you've raised my comfort level and assured me without boasting that the arrangement that's worked for many, many years with 2 longtime assistants can continue. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any further speak. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. My button doesn't seem to be working, or maybe I'm on and off again. I don't know. Can I just get clarification? The chair of the committee does not direct the clerks when to take their coffee breaks. We're not the managers. There has to be a manager who is responsible for their employees and ensures that they're getting the proper breaks as per the Employment Standards Act. Because as far as I understand it, city councilors are not the employers. City manager is the employer, and then all the way down the hierarchy. So can I just get clarification?
City Manager Smith or Clerk Holland? Or actually, it looks like Executive Director Fontana might be interested in responding to that as well. No? All right, it's a hot potato.
I'll start through you, Madam Mayor. I think it's true. Councillor Clark is quite right. The city manager is the head of the administration. I think it would fall within her responsibilities as well to monitor the timing of these meetings and perhaps connect with the chair of the meeting and just ensure that those provisions are honored once we are hitting or getting close to the 5-hour mark.
Thank you. City Manager Smith, anything further?
No, nothing to add.
Councillor Clark?
And I appreciate that. And I just wanted to emphasize that notwithstanding how council is going to govern their times for their council meetings and standing committee meetings, our staff still have to be properly managed as per the Employment Standards Act. So while we can set curfews and all the rest of it for our meetings, the folks who staff those meetings, there are managers who are required to ensure that they're getting the proper breaks and rest. So I just wanted to put that on the floor in advance of the other motion, which I'm fine with.
So seeing no further speakers then, it's been moved and seconded that we receive the report and refer it to the consideration of item 7.1. Can we have the votes up, please? Thanks, Executive Director Fontana. Councillor McMeekin, can you identify your vote, please? Oh, thumbs up there. Thank you. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Let's see. I now believe it's time to rise from the Committee of the Whole. Councillor Nan, can I have a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole, please?
Certainly, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Crutch that the Committee of Whole rise and report.
Okay, can we have the vote on that, please? Thank you. That carries 14-0. Now we're on to 7.1, breaks and curfews for council and committee meetings. Councillor Crutch, would you please present your motion?
Thanks. I just want to say at the outset, I didn't choose the word curfews. I'm not opposed to the word curfews, but I didn't choose that. And when I attached that language, I was happy with meeting end times, but happily the clerks intervened and found the appropriate word. I'm not going to read the whole thing out except to say that no, sorry, I will read the whole thing out. It's very short. I never do this, but I think it's important in this case to actually do it because it's going to make a lot of the points I was about to make. The two whereas clauses, for instance, whereas current council and committee meetings have been excessive in length, and whereas the Employment Standards Act stipulates the city's legal obligations with respect to city staff's basic entitlements, therefore be resolved that the bylaw be amended, that's 21-021, including the following subsections. Around regular and standing committee meeting times, they're the same, so I'll just read it out once. A meeting of council or standing committee shall adjourn after being in session for 8 hours. A meeting of council or standing committee will recess for 30 minutes within the first 5 hours of a meeting in accordance with the Employment Standards Act. Notwithstanding subsection 3.24, which I just read, council or standing committee may extend the meeting for a specified period of time with majority of the members of the council or standing committee present and voting in the affirmative. So I'll speak to it if it's okay. The goal of this is to set some parameters in writing. So it's been great that during this term of council and toward the end of the last term of council, we have begun to start doing this. As folks know, I've been meeting at the Governance Review Subcommittee since 2017 on the subject of putting breaks in writing. So 6 years of trying to get us just to put this in writing as a basic requirement so that we have something to build from and work on. It doesn't stop us though from being like, you know, we're getting to the end here, or there's an hour left or 2 hours left, we want to keep going, then we just vote to keep going. So there's nothing preventing us from doing that. I do think it's also really important for us to acknowledge the fact that you know, I get that there's the Employment Standards Act, and that's a really important conversation to have with respect to the staff that need to have those breaks, but like, we're also human beings regardless of whether or not city councillors. I think it's really strange to hold ourselves in this kind of, as far as I'm concerned, ultra high regard.
Or ultra low.
Or ultra low, it could be ultra low, right? Right? Good point. Any kind of ultra regard. And so, you know, I think that it's important for us to make space for us to collectively take a break. Yes, sure, we can get up if we have to go to the washroom, and we do. We can get up and get a carrot if we need to, great. But I think collectively taking a break is an important part of these long and enduring meetings, and as an educator, also mindful of the fact that cognitively it's extremely helpful for people to take a break and disengage from the formal sitting at this thing. It helps for better decision-making, helps for learning, helps for us to have better discussions. So that's the spirit of this thing. That's why I put it forward. I relied entirely on clerks to craft the language here because I said, here's the intent, and they crafted the language. So if there are little things here or there that people want to change, I'm not opposed to that. I just want to see us get there finally. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, my first comment, Cameron or Councillor Crutch, I would say ultra high. So I'll start with that. And I'm glad to see that there's a couple returning councillors that are going to speak after me. My only real concern, I agree with the motion. My concerns around some of the difficulty we might get into if these meetings continually get reduced and how many more are going to have to get out. I know there's an extension that can happen, but the extension can also be voted down and then another meeting comes into place. And I don't know if it takes away from the work we're trying to do with our constituents. So I'm glad that Councillor Danko and Clark are going to speak as well. Hopefully they can provide some insight as returning councillors, but that would be my only concern. I'm supportive of meeting those standards through the ESA. I agree with what's said. I just, the last thing I'd want to see happen is days that are set aside for work we're going to do within our wards with our constituents are going to maybe be bumped because meetings will have to be moved to a different date. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll start by saying I really would have preferred to have this discussion at Governance Subcommittee, which exists to discuss and debate changes to governance procedures. However, the motion is before us, so we're obligated to extend this meeting in order to discuss it. I fully agree with the provisions for breaks. Thinking back to 2019, the first term, I really did not like the kind of established procedure of councillors just wandering in and out of the room, going into the ante room, because it really interrupted the flow of the meeting. I thought it was disrespectful to delegates and also to our colleagues because people would wander out on items that they weren't concerned about. And it just wasn't a great, in my opinion anyway, a great way to conduct a meeting. Now, contrasting that with the end of last term and through this term, we have been taking regular breaks, and that came about during COVID while we were all online. We had no choice. We had to change how things were done historically in order to adapt to that, and I think it's worked out really well. However, the motion that's on the table today, to be honest, I don't see the point. As we heard, employment standards don't apply to council. They apply to our clerks, and our clerks are managed on their own, separate of council. If the length of the meeting is an issue, I think we need to talk about and understand why would meetings take more than 8 hours. And first of all, I think it's really rare that they actually do take more than 8 hours. It's only the one GIC that we've had this term that even got into that category. And we were able to manage that by rearranging some items. Last term, it was a handful of meetings that took longer than 8 hours. And those are on major, major issues like Red Hill or Shadow Creek. And those meetings would have been extended regardless because we had to get through those agendas in order to reach a decision point. So why do meetings take a long time? Well, the outstanding business list is significant, especially at the beginning of a term when there's been, through an election, many, many items that have been carried over. Very important items with specific deadlines. We've been dealing with constantly shifting provincial regulations and legislation that then get added to the outstanding business list, extending meetings. So that's important work. Delegations. When you have organizations that are coordinating large numbers of people to delegate, And then with the counselor engagement that's involved, it takes hours and hours to hear those delegations. And I think that's an important part of the democratic process, but it also really extends the length of a meeting when we're not, when we're just hearing delegations and we're not actually debating the issues that are related. And then I think the rest of it is on us as a council, to be frankly, Madam Mayor. When we're, engaging with protracted discussions with delegates, when we're using public meetings, when we're asking questions that, maybe could have been asked offline, when we're deferring decisions or bumping items to future meetings, that then shifts all those outstanding business list agenda items. When we're asking for additional information to report back, that's creating a new item for a future meeting. And then, speaking time. I don't know what I'm at right now, but I know what, when all of us feel like we need to speak on an item, that takes time. And I think that's our right, that's our privilege as elected officials, and it's important that we don't set an artificial time limit on that. There's some procedural concerns I have with setting a time limit on meetings, because essentially you're kind of introducing a filibuster where if there's a motion that's late in the agenda.
30 seconds left,
Speaking of filibusters.
If there's a motion that's late in the agenda, you could extend the meeting in order to have that bump to a future meeting. And then just to wrap up, I think there's a certain public expectation. We're elected to do our jobs. And there's a public expectation by the hardworking taxpayers that we all represent that you do what you need to do and you're there to get the job done, whether that takes 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. Working in heavy construction for 20 years before being elected to council, where 10-hour days are the norm, the minimum, more often those being 12, 14-hour days in the hot sun, in the rain, exposed to the elements with heavy labor. I'm not sure how I, as an elected official, sitting here in my comfy chair in a climate-controlled, air-conditioned, heated room, say, you know what, I can't work more than 8 hours. I think if we were to do that, I think it rightly opens us to some public ridicule, and I don't want to go there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you very much. Can I ask, I guess it would be General Manager Thorne, with regards to the Planning Committee, when there are planning hearings, a hearing on a rezoning, the delegates that come forward to speak to it, are they limited in their time to 5 minutes?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, clerks can correct me. My understanding under if it's a Planning Act statutory meeting, they don't have the time limit. If it is a delegation on a discussion item, then it would be a time limit.
And the planners or the developer who is presenting their application, when they get up to speak to the item, are they time limited?
Jim?
Through the chair, no, the developer is treated just like a member of the public. The planning staff, I guess that one's a bit more at the will of committee in terms of whether you want the presentation or not. But for the developer or the applicant, they're just treated as a member of the public.
And so that's just one example of a standing committee that can go really long. I sat on that meeting or that committee for a long time, and there were some very long meetings. The 8 hours that is being proposed here, and I understand the intent, I think there are going to be issues logistically with that. We're going to find ourselves in a situation where we have run out of time, and we can either waive the curfew or comply with the curfew. If we comply with the curfew, we're now adding more work on our staff, specifically the clerks, because they have to rearrange the meeting to ensure that there is a follow-up to complete that agenda item. And so there can be challenges. The other challenge that we may hear, we're concerned about, us being tired. At least that's the understanding, is that we make better decisions if we're fresh. So we're setting it at an arbitrary of 8 hours. We have firefighters who work 12-hour shifts. We have nurses who work 12-hour shifts. We have paramedics who work 12-hour shifts, and I could go on and on. And so if we're saying we're fresh by limiting it to 8 hours, then by implication, we're saying, and believe me, I'm saying this, our staff are overworked. Our nurses, our paramedics, they are overworked. There's no doubt about it. But I'm concerned that setting an arbitrary time frame, we're going to find that it's not going to be met because we have agendas this thick. You've seen the binders because you're using the binders. So I have a concern about that 8 hours. I understand the intent, but I don't think we're going to be able to hit that 8 hours, and by happenstance, we're just going to keep extending it, and then before you know it, we're back to the way it was before.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm really appreciative of the motion being brought forward. I think as a newer council member, this just makes sense to have some suggested boundaries on our conversations. I heard earlier it's our responsibility to have these conversations. I completely agree. It's our responsibility to have these conversations, and it's our responsibility to have these conversations in a way that does them justice. I don't think the proposal to have a check-in moment at 8 hours and a break for 30 minutes after 5 hours is overreach or ridiculous or anything like that. These seem like pretty standard norms, and I don't necessarily understand the relation to other industries either. Other industries have break provisions in them as well, have work provisions in them as well. What we're talking about is making sure that we can make decisions diligently. So really, really proud of this. Hope that we can see other reforms coming. I'll point out that today's agenda, we've had a lot of discussion today. Councillor Nan was the only member, I believe, who sent out a motion in advance, and that helped that conversation move a little bit faster, in my opinion, or at least I understood the conversation faster. So there are other things we can take, steps we can take outside of this if we want to make our meetings more efficient. Encourage other folks to reflect on some of the things that we can do in our meetings and outside of our meetings, but very supportive to both the movers of this motion. Thanks so much for helping us do better.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, and also thanks to the mover and seconder for tabling the motion. It does really, in my opinion, speak to good governance, and it codifies expectations. It also embeds within it the ability for a chair, a deputy mayor, and a mayor during agenda prep with all the staff that support agenda prep to review the items that are on any given committee or council meeting agenda. In that very proactive, responsive dialogue that we all engage in those roles with our staff, we can identify whether or not the meeting is likely to exceed 8 hours. I think we have the capacity to predict that, given the amount of presentations that are on the agenda or being proposed by staff as well. And I think that it's pretty simple. One additional procedure that could go into every start of meetings, that immediately after approving the approval of the agenda, we can add a motion that says, we're likely to exceed 8 hours today. Can I get everybody's approval that we're gonna exceed 8 hours today? And move that motion and get on with our business. I think we're like nitpicking on something that doesn't need nitpicking. I think this is really easily solvable, and it's laid out here in really clear terms. And I think the other governance issues that have been raised, I really look forward to a more robust conversation about good governance through the Governance Review Subcommittee. That's really exciting to me, nerd. I also don't see this as being an issue in response to people being too tired to do the job. And I think that's really unfair that that might have been stated as such. And what I do see it doing, however, is building in consideration for cognitive differences that I don't expect anybody to disclose to me. It also enables those around the table, presenting to the table, supporting this table in our meetings, to also have some clear expectations going forward to plan for their days. I'm a big supporter of people being able to have governance, self-governance around the structures they need to put in place to provide excellent support and service in the city. I see this as being part of that. And as a parent of a young child, it also enables me to plan more effectively to arrange for childcare in a more predictable manner. There were so many meetings, Mayor and colleagues, last term where I was in a bind, where those meetings went past 10 hours. And, you know, my lovely little daughter survived those moments, but there were moments that were really unfortunate for my family because there was no predictability for me to be able to arrange for childcare. So that meant I had to exit the meeting in order to take care of my child or arrange for immediate emergency childcare and then come back. However, then it meant necessarily we are creating an inequity for parents around this table from being able to participate fully on all agenda items. So again, I really do appreciate, happy to support this motion. Good work.
Thanks. I don't see any further speakers. I'd actually like to make a few comments myself. And I've listened carefully to the discussion this afternoon, and when Councillor Kretsch first brought this forward, and I'm grateful for him doing so, that the comments made by Councillor Nan was exactly where I went to, and he can confirm that, is that the way that this council operates is not family friendly. It's just not. Now, we had this debate in the legislature, I don't know, 15 years ago maybe, about a family-friendly work environment, and many procedural matters were changed in order to create a more family-friendly work environment for MPPs at the time. And it wasn't about how many hours we should or shouldn't work. It was about what's an appropriate way of doing the work we need to get done that doesn't create undue hardship or exclude people from even wanting to be an elected member at that point of the legislature. And if we believe that people should have an opportunity to put their name forward and run for an election and not be faced with a barrier because of their family status, for example, if we believe that it's beneficial for people who are in a governance role like we are to be able to have time outside of the workplace to spend with family, to spend with friends, to spend in your neighborhoods with your communities, I think those things are all valuable and beneficial. And so I did second the motion with those kinds of values in mind. And those values, I would say, haven't changed. Having said that, I think that there will be, we'll see where this motion goes. If it doesn't pass, I would hope that the Governance Committee would then take it upon itself, or Council could direct the Governance Committee to have a look at this issue again and figure out a path forward that might be more palatable. But I do think we have to realize, and I do want to say COVID-19 might have had an impact on how people look at their work-life balance. And that's something that is happening, I think, in many workplaces. And I think we need to look at that not only because of the COVID-19 lens, but also because of some of the comments that that have been raised around the table. I do understand, and I'm concerned about some of the items that were raised by Councillor Danko, that were raised by Councillor Clark, but I do think it's time that we really take seriously, how we reflect on the wholeness of ourselves as individuals, so whether that's, high or low in terms of where we stand in the order of everyone else as politicians. I think it's something that we should take seriously. So I'm going to be supporting the motion. Oh, I forgot to hand the chair over. Sorry about that. Thanks, Councillor Nan. See? Already, right? It's only 2 o'clock. Okay, so I don't see any further speakers. So we'll just ask for the vote to go up then, please, on the motion. It's not coming up on my screen. Even the technology needs a break after a couple hours. Councillor Clark?
Just a reminder that I have to leave for that specialist appointment. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Okay, can we just do a vote, show of hands, because this is taking an inordinate amount of time. I'm not getting it either. So let's just thumbs up it, or go around with an I or an A. Thumbs up or thumbs down, obviously. So all those in favor, please indicate a thumbs up. And Councillor McMeekin is a yes. The count is 10, and then all those opposed, please. Nine, 5. So that passes. Is approved by a vote of 9 to 5. Thanks very much, everyone. Okay, so we are now on to item 7.2. Endorsement of Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act 2022. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. This is the endorsement of Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act 2022. I sent this out quite a while ago to everyone, so I won't read the whole motion out. Just that we support this bill. I'll speak briefly to it, and I'll read from the bill itself. I think it's helpful. What this is setting us up to do is to be held to the same standards that our staff are held to with respect to workplace violence, workplace harassment, and workplace abuse. The legislation for this came in many years ago at the workplace level. I had the privilege at that time, earlier in my education career, of doing some courses actually, and designing some courses around workplace violence and harassment. So I understand this legislation really well. We're not held to it as municipal elected officials. And so the way that the legislation stands now is that, you know, we can't be removed from our seat if we were to offend that legislation, if we were to harass another harass staff, commit an act of violence, actually. We would still not have any kind of disciplinary measure, substantive disciplinary measure. We'd be able to continue on in our seats. So the amendments require the code of conduct for municipal councillors and members of local boards to include a requirement for those councillors and members to comply with workplace violence and harassment policies. This is an incredibly low bar, I think, but an important step for us to take here. This has been, again, legislation that's been in place for many years, requiring all of our staff have to follow this legislation. They're held to it. I don't see why we should be exempt from this as elected officials. I'm really happy about the other cities who've signed on to this already. This is a provincial-wide movement to get this bill, supported this bill on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Huang, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Any further speakers to this item? Councillor Jackson, please.
Could I just ask the mover that under his a typo, instead of remove councillors, it'd be members of council, please? That would cover everyone, please. Thank you.
Members, yeah, okay. So that's a friendly amendment. Clerk, you have that? A process for municipal councils to remove members of council. So that would include mayors, right? So there are no further speakers to this. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not familiar with Bill 5 or who's putting this forward or what that means. So through you to, I'm not sure who can answer, is that a provincial bill that the Ford government is putting forward?
It would be a private member's bill. So I don't know, Councillor Kretsch, if you have any further information about who's put forward that private member's bill and what it contains.
Yeah, it's a private member's bill that was put forward by somebody from Orléans, and it's in the link that I sent to everybody in council, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, with all the information about Bill 5.
So
I'm not the mover of that bill. It's an Ontario bill, to answer your question, and
so
I'll leave it there.
Through you, Chair, it was put forward by a member from Orleans, what, party would they be in?
Liberal.
Liberal Party? And how does a private member's bill work?
It usually doesn't. So a private member's bill, if you don't mind, having been there for many years, private member's bill, any private member can, or any member of the legislature, except for cabinet ministers, can put private members' bills forward that are on any topic whatsoever, and it doesn't have, it's not required to be whipped by a party, or it's oftentimes very personal, sometimes very local kinds of issues that come forward. And then often, if it does have a broader salience, they get people endorsing, they get organizations and agencies and other orders of government or other representatives endorsing. But no private member's bill can ever move forward without the government of the day's endorsement, because they have the majority votes. So that's as simple as that. So oftentimes, private members' bills move the debate forward on issues that might not be before the legislature, create community engagement, all kinds of great things like that, but only if the governing party moves the bill forward does it have any chance of passing.
Thank you, Mayor. That was really helpful. Certainly support what's before us in terms of the intent. Thinking of some fairly egregious acts by municipal councilors in the past few years in several municipalities that come to mind. However, I will put the small caveat that I'm a little bit reticent to get involved in, provincial politics in this way. And also, I do not in any way support impeachment procedures. And if this is opening that discussion up to recall legislation, I'm not interested in any part of that. But we'll certainly support what's being proposed here. As Councillor Kretsch had mentioned, this is a fairly low bar that I think should be obvious, that municipal councillors should be held accountable to. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, just briefly to supplement what you were saying, Your Worship, about private members' bills. 94, there's a general reference to private members' bills as being sent into the black hole. And once they're sent to the black hole, only about 6% ever become law. The trick is of a private member's bill, and I had 3 that went nowhere and 4 that got passed. If you're serious about something, you seek a additional sponsor from each of the other parties. It then makes their caucus makes it more difficult for their caucus to oppose it, and a lot easier to get it passed. I would beware of any single member private members bill proposed, because they invariably go nowhere. And by the way, they can never include a fiscal commitment, so they're by definition neutered from any kind of fiscal support. That having been said, I think if we're basing anything on a private member's model, we better understand, and I'm not sure that's what Councillor Kretsch is doing. I think he's cherry-picked some important aspects, and that's probably important. But I would never want to see, building on Councillor Danko's remarks, us ever support a private member's bill without actually having read it and knowing what it says. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thanks. Through the chair, just a question to the clerks. I'm getting some messages that the live stream is down. So just checking as we're in a governance conversation if that impacts what we're doing here today, noting that some of the folks at home may have missed out on the provincial civics lesson that we've been kind of doing together.
Is the live stream down? And so what is the procedure then? Do we suspend the council meeting until it's back up?
No, we're working on it. This is still a public meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you for identifying that, Councillor Alex Wilson. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Seeing none then, I think it's appropriate to cast your votes. Can you put the vote up, please, clerk?
As amended with that title.
Oh, yes, as amended with the item A saying for municipal councils to remove members of council who violate workplace violence and harassment policies. The seconder was Councillor Huang. So moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Huang. Yes, it came up. We have a pile of them. Sorry, my mic was off. Okay, how are we doing? Do we have a count yet? Oh, so thumbs down then? So we had to do a manual vote. So thumbs up we already had. Thumbs down. So anybody opposed, please identify. Okay. Councillor Clark is no longer here. He had to leave for an appointment. No, I think it's fine. Councillor Clark is the one that's missing out of the 15.
Oh, none of this, I'm sorry, none of it's right.
Yes, I've asked if anyone's opposed, and I've not seen anybody identify that they're opposed. And there's only 14 votes because Councillor Clark has left the chamber for an appointment, and he will be back apparently. So that carries then 14-0. 13-0. Oh, Councillor Pauls. Okay, thanks very much. Then we'll move on to the next item. 7.3, changes to standing committee membership. Councillor Cretch, would you please present your motion?
Sure thing. This motion is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mike Spadafora to change the standing committee membership. And in a simple way, Councillor Spadafora would like to resign from the Planning Committee, effective immediately, and join us for a great time at the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee for the remainder of the 22-26 term of council.
Thanks so much. That's moved by Councillor Cretch, second by Councillor Spadafora. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none? Can we have an indication of your votes, please? Shall we just do it manually? Oh, it came up on my thing. Yes, we're back online. It's not working? Yeah. So that carried 13-0, even though it's not on the screen, correct? That's correct, 13-0. Thank you so much. We're going to keep moving on. We're on item 7.4, nomination for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario AMO Board of Directors. Councillor Jackson, would you please present your motion?
With tremendous pride and honor, Mayor Horvath, it's moved by myself, seconded by the former Minister of Housing, Ward 15 Councillor Ted McMeekin, the nomination for the AMO 22 to 24 Board of Directors. Whereas AMO is soliciting applications from qualified candidates for its AMO Board of Directors for those years, therefore be resolved that the Ward 4 Councillor Tammy Huang be nominated for a position at AMO for 22 to 24 Board of Directors. And Mayor, I made sure well in advance of this meeting that the clerks had circulated everyone to ensure that No one could say, hopefully, they weren't aware. I move it with pride, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Huang, please.
Thank you for that wonderful nomination. To my councillor colleagues, the reason why I wanted to put my name forward, as you may have noticed earlier in the agenda, that there was a correspondence item for AMO to do a general call out to all municipalities and all elected officials for joining their board of directors. And given the amount of uprising issues that keep coming forward and opportunities for us to connect and work with other municipalities, I thought that I wanted to make sure that Hamilton's voice was at the AMO table, and I believe that with my previous work in economic development that I was well positioned in providing that representation and as well as that voice. I'm mindful that this nomination is a necessary criteria step to be shortlisted. So I have yet to be shortlisted, but this was a necessary step in order for that consideration. So thank you in advance, hopefully, to all my council colleagues.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Any further speakers? Seeing
Yes.
none then? Councillor McMeekin, one of the nominators, or one of the movers of the motion. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
Your Worship. I just want to echo the very cogent and accurate words of Councillor Jackson. I approached Councillor Wang about taking on this potential responsibility, and I did so for several I think important reasons. First of all, Hamilton has not always been as visible and as active in AMO as would have been beneficial for them to be. Councillor Wang is shown consistently a kind of an approach. Well, how to put it? She obviously believes in education, particularly self-education, and I think the fact that she has now both some council experience, but as importantly, maybe even more importantly, experience as a former staffer, just ideally equips her for this role. And I feel confident that as she is engaged in the hustle and bustle of AMO, that she will be an articulate advocate for our city and for a number of progressive social policies, and will bring back to us some very helpful learning. So I'm delighted to have the privilege of seconding her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor McMeekin. I see no further speakers, so I'll take the vote, please. Cross your fingers, Councillor Wang. Thank you all. That carries 13-0. Congratulations, Councillor Huang. Hopefully you'll be shortlisted and on your way. Now 7.5, coldest night of the year, building resiliency through social services and infrastructure support. Ward 3, Councillor Nam, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to, and seconded by Councillor Huang from Ward 4. Whereas the coldest night of the year is an annual fundraising event that occurs across the country and engages tens of thousands of Canadians and has raised over $57 million across Canada in 166 communities since 2011. And whereas the coldest night of the year engages local charity partners across Canada who then keep 100% of the net proceeds to use to support local residents. And whereas in Ward 3, Helping Hand Street Mission is a community-based organization that has partnered with the coldest night of the year to raise funds for their ongoing operations, services, and social infrastructure that support individuals facing houselessness and various other health inequities and challenges faced by Ward 3 residents. And whereas Helping Hand Street Missions Coldest Night of the Year walk will provide residents an opportunity to get outside the warmth and comfort of their homes on February 25th this year and take in the beauty and learn about some of the challenges in the Barton Village neighborhood. Therefore, be it resolved that $500 be allocated from the Ward 3 non-property tax revenue account 3301609603. I thought that was the bell tower account, but that's what it's called. To Helping Hand Street Mission for their Coldest Night of the Year fundraiser, and B, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that's satisfactory to the city solicitor. And if I could, through you, using this motion to do two things. One, follow through on the support to Helping Hand Street Mission, who have been doing incredible work in the ward throughout the pandemic and after, who have sufficiently filled out a Ward 3 Resilience Grant. That is a small pot of money that we do have available in the Ward 3 office to help support resident-led initiatives that help address inequities, but most importantly, go towards enabling long-term impact. And, so from that perspective, these funds are going towards the soft capital costs that often go to small-based, community-based organizations who do street-level support for residents who otherwise slip through many, many cracks. So thank you again to my seconder and the motions before committee or council for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you, and I think you just about answered the only question I had, which was this mouthful of an account reserve. The Ward 3 non-property tax revenue account is the Ward 3 cell tower fund, is that correct?
I might have to turn to staff to get confirmation. When I drafted the motion, it was to come through the bell tower grant that the Ward 3 office has access to. I've not seen the bell tower account, be referred to as a non-property tax revenue account before. So if I could just get confirmation.
Thanks. GM Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, I too am not familiar with the specific account number. It may be appropriate to amend it to reference the Ward 3 cell tower revenues. The account number may be a specific account, and therefore a amendment just referencing the Ward 3 cell tower revenues may be appropriate.
Can you? Okay, so Councillor Kretsch, did you want to amend, or Councillor Nan, did you want to amend to reflect the advice of General Manager Zagarek?
Before we get there, I just wanted to point out that I did a little research. This, in August of 2022, the same account was used for another motion, so I'm just flagging it that it's a real account. It was called the same thing, but it was called at that time the Ward 3 cellular tower and Ward specific non-property tax revenues account number, and it's the same account number, I think 33016096003. So just letting you know that I think that it is the thing. But I was flagging it because I was like, I don't know. It hurt my heart to read it, so I needed to know what it was. So I think it is the thing, so I think it's probably okay based on that other motion.
Okay, so it is clear that we just add the cell tower language into that motion to make sure that it's absolutely clear. And is that fine with you, Councillor Nan? Clerks, do you have that available? Okay. I don't know that we need to put it on the screen unless it's the will of council that we do that. I think everybody knows where we're headed, even General Manager Garrick now. And okay, so we'll, is there any further comment on this? Councillor Nan?
Sorry, Mayor. I started my speaking note saying that there's two reasons that this motion is being put forward to council today. One was to support the organization. The other is to also do a little plug to the Coldest Night of the Year, which is taking place in a couple of days, that many residents across the city engage in. And I just want to acknowledge that hundreds of residents do participate, and this is a collaborative effort on behalf of many, many residents in every ward across the city. And big congratulations to all residents who participate and all the receiving organizations as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Okay, so I don't see any more speakers. We'll take that vote now, please. Thanks, all. That carries 13 to 0. We're now on to notices of motion. Amendment to item 3 of Board of Health Report 22-008 respecting physician recruitment and retention steering committee report 22-002, August 5th, 2022, which was approved at council on August 12th, 2022, and amended by council on January 25th, 2023. Councillor Tattison, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang. The rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting an amendment to item 3 of Board of Health Report 22-008 respecting physician recruitment and retention steering committee report 22-002 August 5th, 2022, which was approved at council on August 12th, 2022, and amended by council on January 25th, 2023. And am I allowed to speak on that right now?
Yeah, I guess we can. It would basically, this is just the waiving of the rules, not the actual motion.
Oh.
So if you want to have the vote on waiving of the rules first, and anybody who wants to speak to the waiving of the rules, if not, we'll take that vote first, and then we'll speak to the motion. Okay, so put the vote up, please. Thank you. All right, and folks will know this is a 2/3 vote required to waive the rules, just FYI.
Would you like me to speak to it then?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I think you have to put another motion in a moment.
Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, that carries 13 to 0. Now, Councillor Tattison, would you please present your motion?
Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Wang. Amendment to item 3 of Board of Health Report 22-008 respecting physician recruitment and retention steering committee report 22-002 August 5th, 2022, which was approved at council on August 12th, 2022, and amended by council on January 25th, 2023.
Okay, thanks. That's moved by Councillor Tattison and seconded by Councillor Wang. Did you want to say a few words, Councillor Tattison?
I just wanted to say that as the chair of this committee and fully supported by our vice chair and recently nominated and yet to be shortlisted potential AMO member, Councillor Tammy Wang, I would like to stress that our caring, organized, and diligent clerks have requested the rules of order be waived. The reason being is that the program will be transferred to the Greater Hamilton Health Network as of February 28, 2023, and there are likely to be outstanding liabilities to be taken care of between now and March 29th, 2023 council meeting. So it's housekeeping, and I ask for your unanimous support on behalf of the clerks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tattison. Any further speakers to this motion? Seeing none then, can we please have the vote up, clerks? Councillor McMeekin, we've got you as a positive. Thank you. That carries 13 to 0. Thank you very much, all. Now we are on to statements by members.
Mayor, I have a
Oh,
notice.
sorry, Councillor Nan?
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, to interrupt you. I did indicate earlier in the meeting during correspondences that I was working on a motion to bring forward.
Yes.
Related to 1083 Main Street East, and I have circulated that to my colleagues. So if I can?
Sure.
Through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, the first thing we'll need to do is waive the rules of order to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting restoration of clean running water for residents who reside at 1083 Main Street East. before I can get to the main motion. So it's duly moved and seconded.
Okay, so there's
waiving the
a
rules.
motion on the table then from Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that the rules of order be waived, and that again requires a 2/3 vote. This is to deal with the water issue at, was it 1083 Main Street East? Got Councillor McMeekin, we got you. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you.
Good job. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Nan, please go ahead with your motion.
Thank you. Through you, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, restoring water services at 1083 Main Street East, whereas every resident in the city of Hamilton has the right to uninterrupted access to the vital service of running water in their home. And whereas the property owners at 1083 Main Street East have not been able to make repairs to restore water services, and whereas the remaining residents at 1083 Main Street East have been without access to running water for over 8 weeks as of this council meeting held on February 22nd, 2023, therefore be it resolved, A, that staff continue to take and enforce any and all available actions under the city's bylaw, including the Vital Services bylaw, to ensure that clean running water is restored as expediently as possible to the residents at 1083 Main Street East. B, that staff be directed to proactively monitor and ensure sufficient supply of safe potable water is provided to the residents at 1083 Main Street East. C, that the staff provide regular communication and updates to tenants with respect to ongoing property standards matter. D, that staff report back to Planning Committee with an update regarding this matter at the next Planning Committee or thereafter. E, that staff report back on any changes to current property standards, vital services, public health, and other related bylaws to ensure that enforcement mechanisms are available to address issues such as the one faced by the residents at 1083 Main Street East. And if I could, through you, I don't need to say any more comments on this file. I do have a couple of questions for staff, given that staff did go back and forth with me quite a bit on the direction here that's before council for approval. And if I could just get clarity through you on, if it was up to me, I would have put in much stronger language that places the city in an active role of going in immediately and restoring water to those units, hiring our own contractors to do the work immediately, and then charging the landlord back. If I could, through you, why is that not available to us?
General Manager Thorne, in the meantime, could we have the motion up on the screen, please, so people can see it? General Manager Thorne, please.
Yes, so through the chair, as I noted, we were discussing the matter earlier. That is a potential remedy that's ultimately available to the city if the property owner doesn't comply with the order. So the decision that was made yesterday by the committee was recognition that the order is valid and the work must be done, but has not yet indicated a deadline or timeline for the work being completed. So that remains to be done. As noted in the motion, we can, if we have the new information for the next planning committee, we can give an update to planning committee when that will be going back to committee. But as I said, ultimately it is a remedy that exists for the city, but not until such time as the property owner has failed to comply with the order.
Thank you. Councillor Nan?
Thank you. And in terms of, if you could, just for the public record, again, explain the difference between council's purview and that which is at the subcommittee that met yesterday, and the line between the two governing bodies and where they can meet and cannot meet.
General Manager Thorne?
So through the chair, I'll start, and my answer might be a little bit high level, and I think Director Sorella or Solicitor Shields can add to it if they wish. But in a nutshell, the committee that was referenced is the appeals mechanism. So the bylaw sets out an appeals mechanism if somebody wants to appeal an order, and that appeal is heard by this independent body, which is the committee that heard the matter yesterday.
Councillor Nan?
Thank you. And if we could, either yourself or through the director, through you, Mayor, get clarity on the process of creating a joint submission and record of fact, as that relates from a perspective of public education, of how the subcommittee works and what the procedures are, as that's been come into question through emails to my office in terms of how the city could get to a place of having a joint submission to such a committee, if that's
Did you understand the nature of the question, General Manager Thorne?
I did, and speaking just in terms of general process as opposed to in terms of this specific matter. Again, I'll start. I might need Monica to elaborate on it. But in effect, when there is an appeal of a city order, so it's city staff responsibility to issue the order, which was done. If there is then an appeal, then it goes to this committee to hear the matter, and the matter is handed over to an independent prosecutor who handles the prosecution of the matter. I don't know if I missed anything important there, then Director Sorella can correct me.
I think Solicitor Shields wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. There is a little bit of a gap in terms of the process that I probably can help with. So the Property Standards Bylaw is created pursuant to the Building Code Act. And so there is an appeal mechanism that's required to be in there. And that comes before the Property Standards Committee. It's an independent process that we can't, as council, get involved in. There is a prosecutor who has prosecutorial discretion, again, which we can't interfere with. And usually in most prosecution matters, we have what is called an agreed statement of facts. So both parties agree that this is what happened. It's not unusual, it's not uncommon, it's not unheard of. And so having not been there, I'm just surmising that that would be the case in this particular instance. I should also point out that the city in my office has a lawyer who provides legal advice independent to the committee itself. And so there is a representation to that committee that gives them advice as to what their parameters are under the bylaw itself. So I'm not sure if that's helpful to you, but that's really what.
Very helpful through you, Mayor, Solicitor Shields. And if I could just, for clarity, the the agreed statement of fact is a general practice under these kinds of bodies.
City Solicitor?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm basing this on my experience, yes. You would, if it's not a contested issue, so in other words, if both parties are, the other party, the appellant, is not saying the order is bad or it's wrong, there's something wrong with it, I'm not going to agree with the order. I suspect in this case, the owner is saying, yes, we are okay with the order and we want to make the repairs and we intend to do that, but there's something else that needs to happen. And so they're asking for time to allow for that to happen. I'm speculating here, but just reading the public record, that's what I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I am trying to keep the questions high level so that you can provide general awareness and understanding about the difference between the two bodies. And so my next question, if I could, through you, Mayor, to Solicitor Shields, is what is you said that there's an agreed statement of fact that is the two parties agreeing to. It's not there's no contested issue, therefore there is an agreed statement of fact that comes forward between two parties. What is the role of the public or residents in that process in terms of any resident-based documentation of statement of fact that may be applicable to a case?
Through you, Madam Chair. I think Monica might be best to answer this. I'm honestly not very familiar with how the Property Standards Committee works.
It's my first time
Thanks,
deep
Director
diving on it,
Cirillo.
too.
Did you hear the question that Councillor Nan was asking?
Through the chair, if she wouldn't mind repeating it, that would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly, Director, my pleasure. Through you, Mayor, just curious about in this general standard practice of getting to an agreed statement of facts, what role does other information that comes directly from residents play in that agreed statement of fact?
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, residents' information does not play a role in the hearing itself. It's between the two parties. It's between the city and it's between, in this case, it would be the landlord. I think it's important to remember that the key issue before the committee to be decided is simply whether the order is valid or not, whether it's to be upheld or not. And those are discussions that happen between both parties and not the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And I thank you and all staff for responding to the questions. I know it's just slightly aside to the specificity of the motion. It is really important for me to understand this information as an elected representative, as residents are inquiring about the process and how it goes down the way that it does go down. So I appreciate it. Those are my comments for now, and welcome any other further questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Apologies. Thank you, Chair. Following that line of questioning, many of my questions were asked by Councillor Nan, just through you to General Manager Thorne. One of the pieces I think I heard was that we do have the ability to step in and make these changes happen and then charge the property owner at a later date if the order is not met or not deemed completed and there's a pending that order happening. What's the timeline for that likely to happen? Is that part of the same 45-day window we were hearing about earlier today?
General Manager Thorne, please.
Yes, through the chair, I'll ask Monica to confirm. My understanding in terms of the committee was that they asked for it to come back before them following a hearing that's already scheduled before the landlord-tenant tribunal. That's not ours, that's a provincial tribunal, and not more than 45 days from yesterday. I'll just look to Monica to confirm that I've got those dates correct.
Director Cirillo, please.
Through the chair, the general manager is absolutely correct. We can't step in until the order has not been complied with and until a date of non-compliance or a compliance date has been set. We don't have that date to then trigger to enter the property to do the work.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And through the chair, so my understanding of what we're hearing so far is that the Landlord-Tenant Board, a provincial body, has a role in this. The Ontario Building Code, again, a provincial body, has a role in this. And those bodies and the processes there are not aligned with maybe the commitment and values around this council table of ensuring all residents in our city, no matter what is happening, have access to clean, potable drinking water, and that there's a conflict between our values and the provincial processes in play. Through you, Chair, to maybe both General Manager Thorne as well as City Solicitor Shields, do we have any municipal-only levers? Like, I understand that using these provincial levers through the building code or using the RTA, using the LTB, we have to wait. I guess my question is from a health and well-being perspective, from a well-being bylaw perspective, is there no ability that the City of Hamilton has within our jurisdiction to ensure that all of our residents have access to clean drinking water?
General Manager Thorne.
So through the chair, I think that is the intent of what the property standards bylaw indicates. And like I said, if that order is ultimately not complied with, then there are those remedies available. The committee in their decision yesterday made the determination to tie the timing of the report back to the matter before the provincial tribunal. That was their decision to tie that in terms of the timing. But ultimately, under the property standards bylaw, as I said, if the order is not complied with, that's a remedy that could exist. So I don't know if I have answered the question clearly, but that is the city bylaw that comes into force and effect. The vital services bylaw is another one that can be used in circumstances such as this or similar to this. But again, that there's appeals processes and processes for people who receive an order to appeal that and have their opportunity to be heard as well.
Okay, can we get back to the motion?
Yeah.
That's on the floor, please.
Through you, Chair, I'm just wondering if the question could be answered by City Solicitor Shields. That's my last question. So just again, it's seeking if there's any other opportunities available, because I think this is directly related to the motion.
But it seems to me that the motion actually does ask for this kind of information to come back. That's to kind of figure out how these things can be addressed and expedited. I don't think that our staff are in a position right now to answer those questions, which is why the motion was put forward in the first place.
Thank you, through the chair. Sure, thank you. I do appreciate that comment.
Councillor Kretsch, please.
My questions are about trying to expedite this. And so I've heard what you have to say, get it. A couple questions to make sure I understand why it can't be expedited, because that's what you're saying today, is you're saying you can't expedite this, so, okay. When was the first issue ordered, like by the city, before it went to the Property Standards Tribunal?
So can I just, we are going to be here all day if we keep raking over the process. What's in front of us right now is a motion. Can you put the motion back on the screen, please? It's a motion to answer, I think, some of these questions by giving them over to staff and having them do the work necessary to move this issue along. So if we look at the motion, staff continue to take and enforce all available. Staff be directed to proactively monitor. Staff provide regular communications. Staff report back to planning with an update. Staff report back to planning on any changes to the current property standards, vital services, public health, and other related bylaws to ensure the enforcement mechanisms are available to address issues such as the ones faced by the residents of 1083 Main Street East. So A through D are kind of talking about the learning, if you will, that's going on now. E says, all of this stuff, take it back and tell us how we can use these municipal opportunities, or these things that are under our purview as a municipality, to not only fix what's at 1023, but to make sure that we're fixing them in the future as well. So I would ask, in the interest of moving this issue along, to perhaps be back onto the motion as opposed to the process that we've had so far, as I believe that motion speaks to how do we get at exactly those issues in a more appropriate way, giving staff the time to go back and respond to the motion that's on the table. As the chair, I think that that's the way to move us forward on this, but I'm happy to be challenged.
I don't think you're not ruling me out of order, are you, by asking that question? Because I can change, I don't have to ask that question, I can ask a different one if you want, but I wanted to understand the thing that they've said today about the immediacy of this. So I have a question about the immediacy of this, which is very germane to the motion.
I'll allow it, Councillor Kretsch, but I really do want to remind council members that it's the motion that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about the motion, the steps to be proposed there. So what are the consequences to us if we were to act? That's what I'll ask, in the motion question. What are the consequences to the city if it acts more immediately?
I'll answer that question. Through the chair, there is a process that we have to follow because a bylaw, called Property Standards Bylaw, which this council passed, lays out a process. There's an appeal that has taken place. Under the appeal, the body has made a decision. They have found the order to be in order. And so there's another process that's taking place at the same time. We have to follow the process. We can't do anything outside of the process, because otherwise the city opens itself up to being challenged by other parties unknown to us and known to us about not acting ultra vires the powers that we have under the bylaw. So that's why we're very deliberate about what we can say and what we can do to protect the city against that, and to also recognize that the owner, which the bylaw allows, have processes that they have to follow as well, or that they can follow.
Thank you, and through the chair, so what you're saying is that the consequence is that if we were to act in any way outside of the constraints of the bylaw, that we could face a challenge that was ultra vires as to what, like, that was saying that we have kind of exceeded our authority, our own authority, and that could be monetary, other kinds of, things. I'm just trying to understand, because for me to make a decision about this, what I need to understand is that if there's a consequence that we can live with, cool. If there's not, we can't. I just want to know what that is. You're saying there's potential many other acts that can be taken if we go beyond our own bylaw.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, if I might answer. We have tools that we're looking at. We have the property standards bylaw, vital services bylaw, any other public health bylaw, and we're looking at all of them collectively, individually. There are limitations to what the city can do because we operate under bylaws that we have enacted. So staff have been following, and I've looked at those bylaws. I'm trying to give guidance now to what can we actually do to expedite that. And so this motion will allow us to look at alternatives. I'll explore them as I can with the legal framework that we work within to make sure that we do the best that we can.
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate you making it clear.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In the motion, one of the items is specifically to review the vital services bylaw and to ensure running water. So through you, Mayor, specifically in the vital services bylaw, I'm at a loss how running water is not considered a vital service and what the specific language is.
Thanks, Councillor Danko.
Through you, Madam Chair, maybe Monica can go, but I'm looking at bylaw 09. I can't remember the number. It does have water as a vital service. Is there another?
Director Cirillo's agreeing. It does have water as a vital service. Councillor Danko.
So therein is my frustration, Mayor. If water is a vital service, I'm, again, sharing Councillor Nan's frustration with this. If we can declare that they are not providing a vital service and that we as a city need to take immediate action, whether that is temporary water services, whether that is in-water construction site type of running water, whatever the actions we have to take. I mean, these are people that have been without running water for months. So I understand that is what the motion is asking, but time is of the essence here. I mean, I can't help but thinking if this was a building that was in a high affluent area like Ancaster or some other, relatively well-off part of the city, we would never be in this position because the residents that live there would have, maybe a bit more resource to legal resources and not have the same reliance on the city. But these residents, they're relying on us to, provide the most basic of their needs, their vital needs, and that's running water. And waiting until, another month or whatever, I mean, is not gonna work here. And I share the ward councilor's frustration, but we need to take any and all actions that we can as a city to do what we have to do in this circumstance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. I want to go on the speakers list as well, so if I could pass it over to Councillor Nam before we go to second-time speakers. This has been a frustrating experience. Can I start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
It's been a very frustrating experience for us here, but nowhere near the frustrating experience that the tenants are dealing with. When we determined that the landlord was not stepping up in terms of his responsibilities, my recollection is that we made sure as a city that at the very minimum, tenants were getting access to water. Now, when I read the report back, it seemed to me that the recommendation was that the landlord has now agreed to take that requirement on and so take over from the city who was providing the water for the tenants that were remaining in the building. But the fact of the matter is that it is a frustrating situation where there are things that we have to follow in terms of due process. We can't just walk into private property and begin a whole plumbing project without going through those steps of due process. Now, if in fact there are ways that we can truncate the timelines based on certain fact situations that exist, then I think that's what we're asking the staff to do. How do we expedite these kinds of situations, particularly when it's about vital services like the basic human right of people to have access to clean running water. We are in a bit of a quandary, though, because there's a legislative framework, there's a bylaw framework, there's a tenet called natural justice where people have the right to appeal if there's some kind of judgment against them. These things are all part of the reality. So I think staff are pretty clear, from my observation, that we all want this to be addressed. We want it to be addressed in a way where we can perhaps expedite some of these processes, and I look forward to, I'm going to support the motion, and I look forward to the work that we need to continue to do. And I'm going to say it again, I said it before, the municipalities of this province are left with these quandaries because the order of government that should have been dealing with some of the problems in the Landlord and Tenant Act didn't, and so, and won't. And so we are now, it's kind of like a little bit of downloading, right? We are now expected to take all of these things on, and we will, because we should, because somebody has to. And it's good to hear the amount of support that those kinds of values and that kind of concern has around this table. I think what we need to do now is send it to our capable staff to work on the direction that Councillor Nan has put forward. And thank you for that, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
I don't believe I'm on the speaker's list. This is residual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have Councillor Nan's motion in front of us, and we'll ask people to please cast their vote. That's carried 13-0. Thanks for all your hard work on this, Councillor Nan, and all of the other members of council. Okay, so now we're on number 9, statements by members. Usually I go around the horseshoe. I want to quickly just make a few comments myself. Today we have Pink Shirt Day, which is Awareness Day around bullying. I mentioned that earlier. I wanted to say to the members of council who attended the John C. Holland Awards night the other night. That was a really great event. I want to thank Councillor Jackson for attending the Bishop's Dinner the other night on behalf of council. Today we were supposed to have Girl Guides and Girl Scouts here at City Hall forecourt. I was going to invite you all, but unfortunately they've canceled because of the weather. On February 24th, we have a candlelight vigil in solidarity with Ukraine, and I would encourage people to attend. Winterfest activities were fantastic and went very, very well. And so I want to thank all the staff and volunteers and community members that participated in the Winterfest festivities. And I just wanted to identify the opening of an athletic center by Empowerment Squared, the Ubuntu Athletic Center in the East End off of Kenora on Arrowsmith Road. But also today I learned when I read the paper, yesterday was International Mother Language Day. I don't know if people knew that, but it was International Mother Language Day. And in fact, today, the newspaper indicated that one of our high schools was identified as a leader in North America when it comes to being accommodating to people from around the world who are attending at that school. And I think that that's pretty fantastic that happened. And now I can't find in my notes. Sherwood, I believe, was the school, now that I think of it. I think it was Sherwood. I believe it was Sherwood. Yeah, I will correct if I'm wrong. But I know it's twice today. I'll check my notes just to make sure I'm right. But nonetheless, that's something I think we all as Hamiltonians can be proud of, and want to congratulate them for the work that they do. So then going on around the table, Councillor Nan, did you have anything to share in terms of the
really looking forward to not being deputy mayor. I gotta say, Mayor, hitting this microphone too much today. Just a couple of general statements, if I could. One is congratulations and thank you to the organizers and volunteers and artists and storytellers and change makers who all participated in Frostbite's festival this past week. Bernie Morelli Rec Center was a proud home for a lot of the programming, and I had the chance to go down and enjoy much of it over the weekend. And I gotta say, it's just so incredible to be back in a scenario where we can gather together in community, listen to each other in a safe and facilitated fashion. The dialogue that was taking place around the topic was really, really encouraging in terms of what people are hoping for in the city and what people are actively working towards, and that was quite incredible to see, as well as all the art and the procession of lights that culminated. Congratulations to, again, all the organizers, volunteers, and artists who have participated in Winterfest. My family participated in the Family Day activities at the Art Gallery of Hamilton, and it was bumping. It was amazing to see how many young people were all up in the art gallery. Incredible eye-opening experiences for a lot of young folks. My daughter took in all the beaded art that was in the new feature exhibit and also had heyday on the AstroTurf outside. And finally, for Ward 3, invitation and welcome to anybody who wants to participate in our water meeting taking place on next Tuesday, February 28th from 6:30 p.m. until 8 p.m. at the Evo Rothwell Center. Neighbors who live adjacent to the recent sewer lines that have been repaired are invited to join Hamilton Water staff and my office to learn more about what happened, the repairs, and to have an opportunity to have their questions answered. And also just a note on that to residents, you were supposed to receive a flyer in your mailbox. We have started receiving a bunch of flyers coming back to us from Canada Post saying that those addresses are invalid or some reason they've been returned to us. So I'll continue to plug it out to make sure that residents are outreached to before next Tuesday, and we look forward to a well-attended meeting. And thanks again to staff for supporting the meeting taking place. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Before I go over to the next person, which would be Councillor Taddison, I do want to correct my record, or correct myself, and say that in fact it was Glendale School. It was Glendale School that was identified as a leader in North America, and sorry, Tevye, it wasn't the Spectator, it was the CBC that I saw the article on. So on that note, I apologize to the kids at Glendale, but of course we saw some lovely young people from Sherwood earlier today. So Councillor Taddison, please.
And what a wonderful school Glendale High School is. I was principal of a feeder school, Glen Echo, for 7 years, and I met many times with the students at Glendale. Wonderful place. I'd like to first give a shout out to Bimbrook Little Theater, who just concluded the Wizard of Oz run from February 3rd to the 19th, and I'm looking forward to seeing others come out to the next production, which is called A Red Plaid Shirt, and I'm thinking that I'd like to invite some of my counselors out to that. Moving forward, at the Glanbrook Community Services, we're having a book sale, and it's happening this week at Glanbrook Municipal Service Center. All the proceeds go to supporting GCS services that are available in the community, such as Seniors Night for Euchre, square dancing, all those things that help those who are marginalized and socially at risk to communicate and get out with each other. Saturday, February 25th, 7 to 10, the Glanbrook Minor Hockey Association is hosting their annual banquet fundraiser, and I'll be looking forward to going to that. Tickets are $20 in person. You can get them online, Tom, if you want to join me. Saturday, February 25th, the Mount Hope Community CRC is taking part in the Coldest Night of the Year walk in support of Neighbor to Neighbor. All are invited to join or support, and you can visit their website for more details. We have a couple calls for volunteers. First, the Glanbrook Community Services is looking for more volunteers to support their Meals on Wheels program. You can reach out at their website or 905-692-3464 to get involved. We also have an urgent need for crossing guards in Binbrook. Binbrook is in desperate need. The principal is going out on a daily basis to enact and help fulfill positions that are left vacant. We also have a Binbrook Egg Hunt coming up in 2023, and the Binbrook Egg Hunt will be held Friday, April 7th, 2023. If you're interested in donating or volunteering at the event, please visit the website, www.binbrookEggHunt.com, to see how you can help. Thank you. That's all from Glanbrook.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tatis. And Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
It does work this way. Thank you. Mayor, council colleagues, I think something hopefully we can all agree about today is that we all deserve, and residents of this city all deserve and have a right to a breath of fresh air. But what we're seeing from East Palestine, Ohio, with the derailment of a train there and the chemical spill coming out, is that these impacts can be surprising and they can have lasting and far-reaching consequences. One of the biggest conversations happening in Ohio right now is how are those trains regulated and what were some of the red tape that had been removed by past governments that allowed the spill to proceed in the way it did and was treated in the way it did. Here in Hamilton, we know air quality is a legacy problem and we know there are ongoing issues. We've talked multiple times about the life expectancy discrepancy between wards in our city that is in part due to air quality concerns of over 2 decades between distant postal codes. That is abhorrent. Now, in Ward 13, the community of Greensville, which has had legacy industrial concerns with respect to odor and other issues, is facing a new concern. And so a group of citizens in Greensville and Dundas have formed to raise awareness and concern about a forthcoming proposal to incinerate waste as an alternative fuel source in one of the industrial properties along Highway 5. Myself, MP Dan Muiz, and School Board Trustee for Ward 13, Paul Tutt, have all joined together with this community group to host a community meeting next Thursday, March 2nd at 7:30 at the Greensville Elementary School. Ultimately, this is a provincial matter, and so we are really trying to ensure that our community, Ward 13's voices, but across Hamilton, our voices are heard. And so this is something that I would really welcome folks from outside of the ward to consider attending if you're free on Thursday night, showing local residents that we do, as a city, stand up for a breath of fresh air. We stand up for residents being heard on these matters at the provincial level, and that we want to make sure that our voice is there. We've had a lot of conversations about how to leverage our relationship with the province today. And I think that's just something to keep in mind, is that local residents do not feel like there's a relationship here, feeling ignored. I'll point out that the province is the only level of government that's not participating in this event next Thursday. So we are really excited to be moving forward with our first town hall. We're really excited to be co-hosting with most, if not all, of the other representatives for Ward 13. But I want to put this issue out there as it's not just a local issue. It impacts all of us in all of our wards. We all have a right to a breath of fresh air, and we have work to do on this council to ensure we can achieve that right. Hope to see you next Thursday.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is the Ward 10 report for February 22nd. I want to begin by offering congratulations to the congregants at St. John's Anglican Church for their 35-year history, hosting the best pancake supper on every Shrove Tuesday, and also the only pancake supper in Ward 10. To the best of my knowledge, after a brief 3-year hiatus, they were back at it yesterday, and I think that my clothes still smell like pancakes and sausage. So, also mirroring what is taking place in my colleague Mark Tattison's ward, the Easter egg hunt will be returning to Winona Park after a 4-year hiatus, and that will take place on Saturday, April 8th. All are welcome to attend. We're going to be working as a community also on Earth Day on April 22nd for a community cleanup, and there'll be details forthcoming from my office. We envision having 3 separate sites that we'll be reaching out from to try to clean up the local Ward 10 communities, Stony Creek, Winona, and Fruitland. Also want to just remind council colleagues who some have already reached out to attend the upcoming launch of our Ward 10 Youth Council. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. It is an open invitation. Our launch is going to be the 28th of February at the Stony Creek Municipal Center. That's the former Stony Creek City Hall. And it's shaping up to be pretty exciting. There's a lot of interest from both of our local feeder high schools, St. John Henry Newman Catholic Secondary School, and of course Orchard Park Secondary School. We're expecting a pretty good turnout and very, very excited about that. And lastly, I was also, along that same line, going to wish well the Orchard Park Junior Boys basketball team in the city finals today against Westdale. But unfortunately, Mother Nature's intervened and the game has been postponed. So I will wish them well in a future Ward 10 report. And that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Kassar, please.
First, thanks to Councillor Alex Wilson for raising the issue. I will do my best to attend that next Thursday. And just one item, Mayor. Next weekend is the Ancaster Community Food Drive. Flyers are being distributed this weekend, food collection next weekend. We are still in desperate need of dozens of routes to be filled by volunteers. So if anyone out there or anyone here would like to participate to collect food from homes in Ancaster, ancasterfooddrive.ca, or you can contact me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just want to let you all know and the public that it's my dog's birthday. So he just turned 1. We're going to be having a party for him. The boys are planning it. Tickets are $150. Donations are encouraged, $1,000 each. I'm hoping to see everybody there. Just to be clear, my dog is a private citizen, and I'm in no way leveraging my position as an elected official to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars to benefit a direct family member. And before anybody files a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner, because obviously that would be a blatant and egregious violation of our code of conduct, along with a violation of the public trust and erosion of confidence in our democratic institutions. Yeah, just highlighting that issue and the ridiculousness of it on the public record, because there are serious ramifications to conduct for everybody in public office. And yeah, anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Oh, you can't make it? Okay, we'll send your regrets.
We're just extending meetings to 12 hours now, so.
Councillor Wang, please. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I've got a few here from a Ward 6 East Mountain standpoint. My community is itching and eager to get some updates on several important projects. And since this is, I believe, our last council meeting before the end of March, but we have several committee meetings, budget meetings in between, I just want the community to know that there will either be a traditional Canada Post letter and or town hall meeting and or neighborhood update for the following projects. Phase 2 of the Mountain Brow Boulevard Concession Street reconstruction from Oakcrest to Upper Gage. That's to begin hopefully this June, mimicking what we did from Oakcrest to Mohawk 5 years ago. Secondly, updates to Mountain Drive Park at Upper Gage Concession with the new washroom building to be built starting this summer. Thirdly, Sherwood Plaza and the proposed development that's gone through several revisions, but I'm hoping with the owners to have a further update to the community. Albion Falls Stairway Platform, hoping to set up a meeting by end of March, early April with staff, and this is primarily for the abutting neighborhood of the Mud Street, Pritchard Road, and Albion Falls Boulevard, Corinthian Drive homeowners. Fifthly, Broughton East Park. Hoping an agreement is imminent that I can share with the community to preserve their 9.5-acre park they fought for. The Jude Strickland Memorial Playground has been built with the new climber. People are already commenting how beautiful it is at Eleanor Park. This was in memory of the loss 3 years ago of little Jude Strickland, and it'll be named after him, Mayor Horvath, and there's going to be a wonderful ceremony and ribbon cutting, hopefully coming up in late spring. And Hampton Park, the new committee formed for a new playground. Money's in the budget. Thank you to this council's early deliberations in supporting that. So that's from an East Mountain Ward 6 standpoint. Communications should go out shortly. And secondly, from a citywide standpoint, two fabulous events, Mayor. The Catholic Youth Organization dinner is tomorrow night, and hopefully if the weather cooperates, at Carmen's Banquet Hall, tomorrow, Thursday, February 23rd at 6 p.m. Camp Meridale and Camp Rebuff, two wonderful camps that have been in existence for about 40 years, run by the Catholic Youth Organization and Chair Mel Leggett. It provides one-to-one programming for kids that have special needs, and it's just been a marvelous, successful program, and there'll probably be, weather permitting, 700 or 800 out tomorrow night at Carmen. So please, if you can, last minute, grab a ticket to the CYO dinner. And also on Monday, March 6th, one of the best fundraisers in our city, Kathy Wellwood and her executive and committee at the Ancaster Old Mill will be holding a great fundraiser for the Good Shepherd Centers and all the food and shelter and services they provide for those in need. Please try to buy a ticket Monday, March 6th at the Ancaster Old Mill. It's called a Jazz Up the Blues Night to try to help the community get through the winter blues. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McMeekin. Anything to share?
Yes, indeed, Your Worship. About 2 weeks ago, Ontario lost a political giant in the passing of Hazel McCallion, just 2 weeks shy of her 102nd birthday. She was around even longer than Councillor Jackson. She did 12 terms as mayor of Mississauga and came to be known as Hurricane Hazel. She was quite the whirlwind. I got to know Mayor McCallion quite well when I was privileged to serve as Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And would often, as would many people from all political persuasions, go to her for advice. I asked her advice on a couple of issues, the state of democracy in Canada and about special fees, development charge fees. And her answers were quite instructive. On democracy, she said, I remember her saying, there are three levels of government in Canada. The federal government that has all the money, the provincial governments that have all the power, and the municipal governments which have all the, or will soon have all of the problems. I think there's much to be learned from that. I asked her about development charges, and she said, I said, how do you know when your development charges are correct? She said, well, if after setting your development charge fees, you're not being sued, you're not doing your job. So I offer those two pieces of sage advice up from the late, great Hazel McCallion. On a second point, I just want to thank our technical planning staff for their work on the Carmeuse kiln burning proposal in partnership with Lafarge up in the Greensville area. They've been quite helpful dealing with Carmeuse and the technical Stantec team in terms of raising some serious questions as yet unanswered, and hopefully we will get to the bottom of much of that on the meeting of the 2nd, which Councillor Alex and others are formally organizing. The third thing I just want to say in passing, I attended the first meeting of the Waterdown BIA last night. Many years ago when we ran the original Chapters bookstore out of Waterdown, my wife and I chaired the BIA. Then it was an entirely volunteer venture. Today it's a highly organized and professionally run organization which does a tremendous piece of work, particularly post-pandemic, about economic development and renewal. And I just want to flag that, and one of the things I missed, but it from a previous recent agenda, but may need to be revisited, is the temporary outdoor patio program, which apparently is back, not so temporary anymore. There are some fees associated with that, which in the past have been waived in support of struggling businesses, which are about to be reinstituted. And there are some patios that don't eat up parking spaces, which is one of the things that there's a charge back on and such, but still are going to be levied a fee. And I think we need to revisit that. I know the previous mayor had a special task force preparing for the post-pandemic economic recovery, and there were all kinds of ideas about how to support small business. I want to suggest that one of them isn't to reimpose what were previously temporary outdoor restaurant patio fees. So with that, all the best greetings from Ward 15 and the lovely people there who are working hard to make their contribution to this great beloved city of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Okay, so I think we're now on to the next portion of our agenda. Item 10.1, this is on the Council Communications updates, February 3rd, 2023 to February 16th, 2023. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive the Council Communications updates?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson that Council Communications updates from February 3rd, 2023 to February 16, 2023 be received.
Okay, the communications are there, or they're listed. Is there anything anybody would like to have referred to a standing committee? Okay. I see no speakers, so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 12 to nothing. Thanks very much. So private and confidential is the next section on the agenda. First, we'll deal with the closed council minutes from February 8th, 2023 meeting. Can I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of February 8th, 2023 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Please indicate your votes. That carries 12 to 0. Thanks so much. 11.2 is the appointments to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee for the 2022 to 2026 term. Members of council, would anyone like to move into closed session to discuss the appointments to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee for the 2022 to 2026 term of council? Okay. Seeing no desire to do so, there's no reason then to move into closed session to discuss item 11.2, the appointments to the Police Services Board Selection Committee for 2022 to 2026 term of council. Councillor Huang, please introduce your motion.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Appointments to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee for the 2022-2026 term of council. That the following community representatives to be appointed to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee for the 2022 to 2026 term of council. 1, Andrea Purnell. 2, Fiorella Kuzma. 3, Oscar Mabaya. 4, Jane Molkovich. 5, Ruth Greenspan. And 6, Syed Torah.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Cassar. I don't see anybody wanting to speak to that, so can we please have the vote up? That carries 13-0. Congratulations to the 6 people appointed. I believe we are now heading into a closed session. So can I have a motion to move into closed session to consider 11.3? Moved by Councillor Tattison and seconded by Councillor Huang. We have the vote up, please. Yeah, I'll do it, yeah. So as we're putting that vote forward, just for the public consumption, the motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.3, respecting project submission, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative, RHI, Round 3, HSC 20056D, pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections H and I of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 239.2, subsections H and I of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to information explicitly supplied in confidence to the city or local board by Canada, a province or territory or a crown agency of any of them, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the city or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And we had the vote, as I was reading that lengthy justification out. I'm sorry? Councillor McMeekin, can you vote on going into camera, please? That, we're just waiting for that to come up. That carries 13-0. Thanks, Clerk Pilon. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So can we please lock her down? Thank you. Let me know when. We're live? Okay. Oh, sorry. Not quite yet. We're good? All right, welcome back. We're back in open session. Okay, this is on 11.3, Project Submission, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative, RHI Round 3, HSC 20056D. May I please have a motion to approve the directions to staff in closed session, releasing the staff directions from closed session following the formal announcement and maintaining the confidentiality of the report. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Huang. Please indicate your votes now. There it is. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much, all. Item 12, bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Nan, may I have the motion on the bills?
Certainly can. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ward 5, Matt Francis, that the bills number 23-021 to number 23-34 be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and city clerk to read as it is laid out before all of you.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on the bills? Seeing none, can you please indicate your votes on the bills now? That carries 13-0. I believe the last remaining thing is the adjournment. Oh, that's moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Francis. Can you please identify your votes on the adjournment? And as we're doing that, just a reminder, the weather is kind of nasty out there, so please, council members, staff, members of the media, people who are here, members of the public, and Hamiltonians, please be safe out there. And the adjournment carries 13-0. Thanks very much, everybody. 3:44, Councillor Cassar. We made it under the wire.